Thanks.
Okay. We shall indicate Deputy Chair if Gauteng has joined during the proceedings. We shall indicate I will propose that we start if Gauteng has joined.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Advocate, I did contact them.
Yes,
Sorry, Deputy Chair.
You might conclude what you were saying. Continue. Can we hear what you want to say, Mangwenya?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I was wanting to say we can start because I'm trying to contact them. Their phones are in voicemail, but I did spoke to their secretaries, both of them. They are saying they are going to come back to me. Thank you.
So currently, we don't know whether they will be joining. Let us continue with those that grace us with their presence. And
Deputy Chair, we also have the minister in the proceedings.
The minister in the presidency is Minister Mpimbu.
No, the minister in the proceedings in the House.
Minister.
We have the minister of cooperative governance.
The Minister of COPTA, yes. Okay. No, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I think
Morning, Deputy Chair.
Let us start by observing a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister, MECs,
We can't hear the Deputy Chair.
Sound.
We can't hear the Deputy Chair sound.
Oh, thank you very much. I had a problem yesterday with my laptop, but at least I tested it early in the morning. Sorry. Which means I must now start from scratch. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, speakers, MECs, permanent and special delegates present, mayors, executive mayors, councillors present today, and our invited guests. This is the second day of our local government week. Yesterday we had quite insightful and very, very good presentations as well as deliberations throughout the day. We started our local government week at a very high note, and we were exhausted after yesterday's day because it was really a day in which we actually realized that local government need our collective effort. It need, I think there was a word that the minister used that I was impressed to say it needs us to reimagine what we want to achieve in terms of making sure that we are able to deliver basic services, that we are able to take South Africa to a new level, because local government is where we are at, where we live, where we actually are with our children, with our next of kin and everyone. So we need to make sure that I was saying yesterday morning in the interview that I had on Morning Live that if at all South Africa or our municipalities are ranking so low in terms of the ratings, then it means we are at a turning point and we need to change it. We need to make a difference. We need to say 2020 at a given time we were at this point, and 10 years later in 2030 we are at a point where we can say we have turned the situation around. So with that few words said and done, let me welcome you to the second day of our local government week, a very important flagship program of the NCOP, and we are doing it differently, but it doesn't mean that our objective differ from what we have been doing all the time. So with all of that said, I've said welcome to everyone. We will now immediately go into the business of the day, and we will request them instantly. We've got 30 minutes to make a presentation. We've got 30 minutes to enlighten us on whatever as a province you are doing to make sure that we improve service delivery, that we manage the finances better, and that we develop capacity within this local sphere of government. So particularly, we are speaking about those that are getting displaced and those that are under intervention of Section 139. So with that said, we want to call on the NEC for Eastern Cape, and we want to request that you use your 30 minutes as productive as possible. Over to you, NEC Eastern Cape.
Honorable Chair.
Yes,
sir. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, and Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Deputy Ministers, Deputy Minister Parks Tau, Honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable MEC from all our provinces, Honorable Councillors, government officials, and greetings to you and to everyone who is joining this important program on various virtual platforms. It is my singular honor and a privilege to address this august gathering today on behalf of the Eastern Cape government. As the Eastern Cape provincial government, we wish to express our profound gratitude for participating in this NCOP Local Government Week under the telling theme, Khawuleza, Changing Financial State of Local Government in South Africa. The Local Government Week asserts an important message that emerged out of the sonnet delivered by the President of the Republic, that of renewal and growth. It is therefore important that we take this core message to heart, allow it to guide us in actively changing the situation in the local government for it to function better and serve the people. Karl Marx, in his writing, made an important observation about changing the world. He said, I quote, philosophers have hitherto interpreted the world in various ways. The point is, however, to change it, close quote. This period requires that we change how we do things and be of better service to the people. It is our firm commitment, Honorable Deputy Chair, to professionalize the public service for it to reflect the values and ethos entrenched in our Constitution and the noble goals of the National Development Plan. We should build an ethical and capable state that is not only seen to be ethical, but act in an ethical way. There is nothing, Honorable Deputy Chair, that is harmful to good governance than the factionalization of administration by some in the politicians and the politicization of administration. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Auditor General of South Africa, Mr. Kim Makwetu, on the 1st of July 2020 released the municipal audit results for 2018-19 financial year under the theme, I quote, no much to go around, yet not the right hands at the till, close quote. The AG report painted a very bad picture about the financial management in the municipalities. It signaled how some politicians and officials act with disdain with public resources, with no due respect for the rule of law and existing accountability mechanisms. The AG indicated that out of 39 municipalities in the Eastern Cape, 8 received disclaimer audit opinions, and that only 1 municipality received a clean audit. The situation necessitated prompt response from the side of the provincial government. I immediately convened a special MUNIMEG with all the Eastern Cape municipalities on the 8th of July 2020 to discuss the audit outcomes and agree on audit improvement plans. The meeting was attended by the Office of the Auditor General, the Provincial Treasurer, where mayors, municipal managers, and CFOs were discussing what are the measures that we're going to take to turn things around. The same local municipality is the only municipality in the province that received a clean audit. The leadership of Sengo municipality were given an opportunity to share their best practices with the rest of the municipalities present in the meeting, including the importance of coherent political leadership and administrative leadership to create a conducive environment for good governance and efficient service to the people were among of the things shared by the same municipality. A stable political environment and senior management echelons was the major contributor to their success, including proper organizational planning, including the preparation of annual financial statements from the beginning of the year and strong control environment that detect weaknesses on time and have preventative measures in place and taking corrective decisions promptly. In our meeting, among other things, we agreed on concrete plans to improve the audit outcomes and to act on the limitations that were identified by the audit. Among other issues that we agreed on the meeting was that all financial positions in the municipalities should be filled with people who have the necessary minimum requirements on finance, units such as people in the supply chain, so that municipalities do not rely on consultants in performing their functions. As we have noted, Honorable Chair, that most of the use of consultants, we have not seen a positive correlation in some instances, the amount used for consultants and the performance of municipalities. We also agreed that we need to enhance revenue management and revenue collection by linking profiles of each ratepayer with the indigent registers to enable the municipality to understand the customer affordability in ensuring that municipalities do not have unrealistic budgeted high revenue that causes unfunded budgets. And councillors be in the forefront to ensure revenue collection campaigns in their respective municipalities. We also agreed that we'll ensure the implementation of cost containment measures by each municipality and report on the implementation to council and to the MEC for cooperative governance. In this respect, we also agreed that municipalities with negative audit outcomes will have pledged signed agreements with the MEC on the implementation of the audit plans and improvement of the audit, and COCTA and Treasurer to jointly monitor the implementation and assist municipalities in improving the audit. And that our support to municipalities, both as COCTA and Provincial Treasurer, we agreed that we're going to have a municipal specific support that is targeted to each of the municipalities. I'm glad to report, Honorable Deputy Chair, that we have already signed the pledges with various municipalities, committing us to implement, the plans to attend to the audit outcomes. We've agreed on the program to strengthen MPECs to be able to deal with all cases of financial misconduct and be in the forefront on oversighting the implementation of the audit improvement plans. We thought it's important, Honorable Chair, to focus on this area of strengthening MPECs, because one of the things that our recent state capture, effects had was to weaken accountability mechanisms so that people cannot be held accountable. And we've taken note of the fact that it's important, therefore, to strengthen MPEC to be able to turn things around to ensure that there is accountability, which is the point that the AG is raising, that failure to hold people accountable for wrongdoing has led to further regression. And therefore, this area of strengthening MPEC, we've identified it as critical as a province. We're committed to ensure that the audit committees ensure that councils implement the committee recommendations, and those internal audit should report to the MEC on non-compliance with the implementation of their own recommendations, so that the committees are not undermined and we defeat the culture of implementation of recommendations made by these committees. And all municipalities should have their procurement plans prepared and adopted by council prior to the commencement of each financial year, and the report on the implementation of those plans be made available on a monthly basis. We argue that this will prevent underspending on grants and having grant funds returned to Treasury due to non-spending. And we argue that strict measures be taken against officials transgressing on the SCM regulations. The last audit showed a huge increase in non-compliance with SCM regulations, and that was the major contributor to the bad audit outcomes. Disciplinary boards, we agreed that all municipalities should be effective. Their boards must be effective and have cases of misconduct attended to, and a report to MEC for cooperative governance on quarterly basis on a number of cases each municipality has resolved. Most municipalities have huge ESCOM debt that are unable to pay, and the provincial and national government need to intervene and find a possible solution on this matter. And other huge debts, and some municipalities include but not limited pension funds, auditor general, water boards, and SARS. We think that this area, which was correctly covered by both the minister, our Minister of COCTA, and the Deputy Minister Tau, that this is an area that needs to be attended to, because our province is hardest hit by this challenge of ESCOM debt, particularly historic debt. At the same time, the issue of demarcation, the recently amalgamated municipalities, our province is negatively affected, whether we're talking Walter Sisulu, whether we're talking Inokipikijima, whether we're talking, Peyas Nudi or Raymond Mhlaba. And it's agreed that unless we act together, both provincial and national government, to remedy the situation is becoming more dire, because the problem is structural and it cannot be resolved because of the nature of those amalgamation. I think both the minister and deputy minister made example of Walter Sisulu. I would like to take the example of Inokimgijima municipality, where you take a relatively Lukanji, a relatively sustainable municipality, Lukanji municipality, and put it together with two unviable municipalities, which then, bring about a new entity that is totally unviable. And as I speak now, we've got Section 139(5) there, imposing a financial recovery to turn around the situation. You have got an escalating debt of ESCOM that the municipality is unable to pay. And unless, therefore, we act on that, that includes, in my own view, which we must confront, painful as it is, because our country does not have a luxury of, resources. But the situation in those municipalities, because it's structural, it requires, bailout, financial bailout, if I may put it that way. I know that it becomes a difficult thing. It becomes acceptable when it's said to be, a business rescue. We want to argue that we must put our heads together, both provincial and national government, to ensure that we bring about business rescue to these municipalities, such that they are able to provide, services, to the people. Otherwise, the situation cannot wait when we're discussing outer boundaries post 2021. We need to act now, otherwise the situation is impacting negatively to the citizens in those municipalities. And would appreciate support of the NCOP in this regard, that we get support for all these financial distressed municipalities and act now than later. Honorable Chairperson, it is our considered view as a province that these sets of interventions will contribute positively in changing the situation around in the local government. Ours is to ensure that all necessary interventions are enacted for the sphere to deliver to the needs and aspirations of the people. And that the urgent matter which the Deputy Minister spoke about yesterday, to ensure that there is no disjuncture between our design of local government and what we have. And therefore that disjuncture is inherently making municipalities, dysfunctional, because there is no relationship between what they are able to own revenue to generate and what they get in terms of equitable share. And the 70% that we thought that they would be able to have as own revenue is not there. Worse in a province like ourselves, which is a rural province. But we're quite committed that, confident that with the measures we have agreed and our commitment to ensure that the measures, we ensure effective oversight over the implementation of those action plans so that we turn the financial performance situation in the province around. That we're committed to do, Honorable Chair. And that as we take this task forward, let us be reminded of the wise words of Ambika Karpal when he asserted that, I quote, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. I wish to thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC Martin. Let me now request that MEC Mandisa, you can continue from Free State, unless Eastern Cape have the MEC for Finance that they also want possibly to say something. If not, I've got no indication. We will then give to MEC Mandisa. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and good morning. I am not sure I'd requested that, the sharing. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you, Deputy Chair, once more. Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Parkstown, Chief Whip, honorable members, colleagues and MECs, mayors and councillors. We are grateful and honored to be presenting to the NCOP on this important day and the week of Parliament under the theme ensuring capable and financial sound municipalities. Our presentation is voluminous. I will try to speak on certain and emphasize certain issues. Otherwise, members would have access to the document and can therefore raise issues pertaining to our presentation. That is the presentation outline, which is that you can see in there. We first want to start with the background, and of course, with the understanding that taking cue from the report by the Auditor General that painted a particular picture in the province of the Free State as per the audit outcome and performance of various municipalities in the Free State, as presented by Mr. Kimi Makwetu. We acknowledge as part of that report, the Auditor General indicated that there's collapse and of prudent control measures in the Free State municipalities, and that both political and administrative leadership failed to implement measures to improve oversight, accountability, and remedial actions to improve financial and performance management. And we take very seriously the expression because the strong worded by the AG towards the performance of the Free State municipalities did really hit at home, and it was a serious wake-up call. As a result, municipalities' audit outcomes were marked by significant regress. Service delivery to communities did not come off unaffected either. Municipalities experienced severe liquidity challenges as they failed to address billing challenges and to collect outstanding amounts in areas in respect of service charges, rates, and taxes and levies. The other issue is the municipalities fell further in areas with the financial obligation to suppliers of bulk services, especially ESCOM and water boards in the Free State. Large distribution losses caused by theft, illegal connection, the inability to regulate the consumption of indigent residents, and collapsed service delivery utilities and infrastructure further add to the financial woes of municipalities in the province. Can move the slide. Can I ask you to move with me without really indicating that move to the next slide? In the majority of instances, the annual salary bill of municipalities has escalated to such an extent that the cost of employment exceeds annual equitable share allocations. And we have no illusion that equitable share is meant for salaries. Municipalities fail to deliver accurate, reliable, and complete performance reporting, thus depriving communities their right to hold political leadership accountable. In addition, the absence of sufficient supporting document left municipalities unable to account for public funds. Conditional grant funding is not spent in a manner that and improve the lives of the people. The spending of conditional grant is further compounded by factors such as ignoring the principle of project planning, and the Auditor General did emphasize that planning is a weakness and disadvantages us to perform our duties diligently and management. Material and spending on the conditional grant because funds in most of the time are diverted to other programs which are not were not meant for. The supply chain management practices applied by municipalities not only result in a mere year-on-year escalation in irregular expenditure, which is left not investigated many of the time, but also create a fertile environment for maladministration, fraud, and corruption. The absence of consequence management allows the situation to progress to every higher cause of concern. We indicate there a number of municipalities in the Free State, 7 of them. Their audit outcomes are still outstanding and because of the AFS. Now, plans to improve service delivery. COCTA supporting municipalities appointed a service provider to conduct electricity audit for all power users and large developed energy master plan to the tune of 6.7 million. We also assisted Malutia Pofung with 8 million fixing of water networks and associated services. But we also contributed 6 million to address water supply challenges, especially focused on equipping boreholes in that area. The construction of water testing laboratory in Kestel, which was at a tune of 12 million, and all municipalities located in that district are going to be beneficiaries to that process. We have had a very good relationship and support by MISA, and for 2020-2021, we have added into their list Metima Hall as well. And for 2019 and 20, these are the municipalities listed there that were supported through the program of MISA. Go ahead. MISA provided support to 9 out of the total 18 municipalities in the Free State for the year 2019-2020. Though technical support was provided to 9 municipalities, Free State only had 7 municipalities which were on the MISA app. MISA has a multidisciplinary team, that supports municipalities in the Free State. The support also is aimed to build employing various young technical graduates, as well as various artisans, in training in various local municipalities in the process. We here report projected implemented projects that were completed, 2 of them, and the other one was in Mafube and the other one was in Malutia-Phofu. And upgrading of a landfill site in Mafube, phase 1 of it, it's still on the environmental impact assessment. The development of Frankfurt Cemetery as well is on phase 1 of it is on an environmental impact assessment. The achievement of all the teams, MISA assisted to unlock funding and assisted on the procurement process for service providers. Young graduates of MISA effectively assisted the PMUs and increased technical capacity. Technical skills were transferred to municipal PMUs officials. All municipal projects are registered for the implementation for 2020-2021 financial year. Assisted in the finalization of draft water master plan and sanitation master plan in Malutia-Phofu municipality. The first bullets there are just a reputation. I'll start with 6 MISA funded projects as described above were managed and completed on time within budget and specs. It assisted Mafube local municipalities to secure funding from DBSA for the development of water and sanitation master plan. The monitoring of project and verification of invoices, bill of quantities in Mafube local municipality has been successfully implemented. Assisted in the finalization of draft water master plan and sanitation master plan in Malutia-Phofu. Tukoloho municipality benefited, and that municipality is categorized as one of the distressed municipalities in the province of the Free State. Therefore, they received from MISA DCOC, who deployed a qualified engineer to support the 3 municipalities in Kari. MISA has assisted Tukoloho with a review of tender and contract document, even though currently the municipality has appointed a permanent technical director. The few slides indicate, as I expressed earlier, the skills transfer and capacity building by MISA per municipality. And if you flip and move on, except going through the numbers, on future plans, the water conservation and water demand management plan have revealed high water leakages in municipalities. Hence, we want to revive War on Leaks campaign so that we preserve a lot of water that is going to waste. MISA, through Development Bank of South Africa, has thus funded Malutia-Phofu and Phumelela with 1.5 million to drill boreholes in line with COVID-19, vis-a-vis 2 boreholes at Malutia-Phofu and 1 borehole at Phumelela, and also 8 million for the refurbishment of 8 pump stations at Malutia-Phofu. Plan to technically support more municipalities over and above municipalities which are on the app of MISA. Nitsimaholo will form part of the verification with effect from August 2020. And we also indicated the support of the Development Bank of South Africa to Mafube and the Masilonyane municipalities. In the year 2019-20 financial year, April, MIG intervention meetings were held in various municipalities in a form of supporting them, and we've enumerated and indicated a number of meetings that were held in various municipalities, just to give a sense on the support we are providing to municipalities and assisting them to participate fully and respond as required by the for them to implement the MIG processes. If we move to plans to improve financial management, we have firstly the first slide and the second slide on that clearly indicating the performance of the municipalities of the Free State as per the Auditor General of South Africa, which is already a public information. But if you go to slide 21, where you're dealing with the internal audit, we give account to say, you see, if you see the red part, it is areas where internal audit is not functioning at all. And the yellow part is areas where there's some level of assurance or some level of functionality in the of the internal audit units in various municipalities. So we have enumerated municipalities and various performance indicators in that level. So you can see majority, except only 7, there is some assurance of municipalities, which means we need a lot of work into that field. And the functionality of the audit committees as well, you can see the red part is more on page 23, which outlines that we also need a lot of work on that space. Very few of them are assuring us that we have audit committees, and in some instances, audit committees do sit and perform their duties. If you move on and pass all the slides, because I think members can access them, it is clearly indicating on the performance of various municipalities. But we want to raise with you challenges of the municipal public accounts committees. The other weakness, which is the biggest weakness, is the low budget allocation, limited support staff in their offices. In some instances, there are no researchers, there are no office admin assistants, as well as, to a large extent, even resources to operate and make the office functionality. One of the weaknesses or challenges is lack of training provided to the broad council about the functions of MPECs. One of the challenges is the guidelines of MPECs are not legislated, and there's a lot of political interference in most of the municipalities. Lack of commitment amongst MPEC members and poor cooperation by officials in terms of logistics such as travel arrangements, accommodation, and etc. If we check the performance of the municipal property rates, we still give the same picture on various issues, even though the performance in this instance on various line items, it is improved and it shows a level of encouragement. So if you go to slide 30, where we illustrate the provincial's plan to improve financial management, it continues. We have adopted financial reform agenda to ensure financial sustainability through improved fiscal discipline and funded budgets. Support provided in budgets, SCM accounting services, and MSP support through Treasury. We have deployed 29 million through the provincial treasury to that function. What we call as a game changer strategy by National Treasury to support with MFIP advisory in the Free State. Financial and business reform through MSCOA, MFMA financial policies and regulation to guide municipalities, provide specific strategies, role clarification, strategic and diagnostic prescriptive MOU between COCTA and the provincial treasury. And we're working very well closely with the provincial treasury. Address the holistic control environment instead of bandage and aspirin approach. We want a holistic and consolidated way in which we address these issues. That's the use of assessment from financial management capacity maturity model that we have adopted as a program. Plans and support to develop capacity. We need functional ward committees for communities to participate effectively and actively in program and project of the municipality and the direction the municipality must take. In order to mitigate negative audit outcomes, municipalities were supported with a template to report quarterly on the functionality of ward committee and public participation issues was developed and made available to all municipalities. Municipalities were requested to submit proof of payment of stipend out-of-pocket expense to ward committees on the quarterly basis. All municipalities were supported with the development of ward operational plans in line with the service delivery budget implementation plan of the municipalities, except in Mangaung, where it was not done because Mangaung wanted to appoint its own service provider to induct ward committees. Municipalities were further supported to develop a database of all ward committees indicating sector representation. And the following were noted also as challenges. Municipalities indicated financial constraints for capacity building of ward committees. There's a high vacancy rate in wards in some municipalities with no indication of when positions will be filled. We illustrate a long list there of challenges in the functionality of the ward committees. But also on page 35, we indicate that based on municipal organogram, there are 129 senior managers posts, and they are currently 99% filled. And we still have at least 30 or so percent vacant posts. Current position filled by women is 29%, and we indicate the numbers there and various positions at which they're filled. The following slides, which it indicates the information I said earlier on various municipalities and the reason and the progress to date, which members can go through on their own. We have also, as part of supporting municipalities, seconded officials from the Department of Cont and provincial government and also in some instances with national government. And we are indicating in various municipalities who's seconded and for what purpose in every municipality. But we also want to bring to the attention that municipalities were supported on the implication of the Constitutional Court judgment declaring the Local Government Municipal Systems Act Amendment Act of 2011, Act number 7 of 2011 was invalid. So we're able to support municipalities to navigate that environment. On the next page, all municipalities were provided with the upper limit of total remuneration package payable to municipal managers and managers directly accountable to municipal managers, notice as indicated above there. And we also continue to provide a list of support that we have given to municipalities and the days thereof for you to peruse and be able to follow up properly. On legal services, in an effort to mitigate and manage the current high status of litigation bills of municipalities, the department is in the process of establishing the Provincial Free State Municipal Legal Advisory Forum with the following functions: provide a platform to capacitate legal officers at municipal level to share some good practices, provide a coordinated support and integrated approach on improving the functionality of the Free State municipality within sound legal framework, develop a uniform and integrated approach in dealing with the litigation integrated case management system. On fraud and corruption, the department is also engaged in activities aimed at providing support and capacitation to municipalities on fraud and anti-corruption matters through the development of policies and strategies, and conduct annual workshops in partnership with DCOP National to provide capacity and training. The department is also responsible to monitor extent to which anti-corruption measures are implemented in municipalities and identify challenges and make recommendations. On external challenges, Section 154 of the Constitution indicates that the national government and provincial government by legislative and other measure must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers and to perform their functions. The department has identified some challenges that are bottlenecks in executing the above mentioned mandate, inter alia, non-response by municipalities to Section 154 assistance. Municipalities don't attend to workshops that are convened and conducted. Municipalities do not implement the advice and recommendation made by the department towards municipalities. In most cases, there's no availability of senior managers to give direction during consultation process. Non-implementation of advice and recommendation that is intended to advance governance in municipalities. Most of the time, these officials ignore what we advise them to do. Municipalities are supported in the following areas: drafting of the spatial development plan, spatial development framework, drafting of the land use scheme, support with the maintenance of the geographic information system, as indicated earlier on, support with the implementation of SPLUMA. And the next page, draft of the spatial development framework, we indicate a work that we have done in various municipalities. And the following page as well. 46, support with the maintenance of the geographic information system. Crucial services is provided to the municipalities in terms of processing and capturing GIS data to produce maps according to their respective needs, ensuring availability of accurate and credible spatial information, and the development and maintenance of database for GIS support is as follows. We indicate that 15 local municipalities and 3 district municipalities do not have functional GIS or functional unit. We only account for 3 municipalities, Ihlabem, Machabeng, and Mukaka, and First Dabi districts, which has got functional GIS and personnel. Therefore, COCTA provides support on ad hoc basis to these municipalities. And challenges, the following challenges are experienced in municipalities: general lack of capacity in municipalities, lack of relevant planning tools and policies. The Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs conducted and facilitated the provincial draft IDP assessment session that was held from the days that are indicated, and the session brought together national and provincial sector department officials, state-owned entities and agencies, and other organizations to engage with municipalities' IDPs with a view of providing comments that are aimed at improving the credibility and quality of the IDPs. Overall objective of the IDPs to support and improve the content of the MEC's commenting process as to ensure we move towards a sustainable development goal, to give platform to all sector departments and other relevant stakeholders to monitor and evaluate municipal IDPs in assisting and supporting municipalities to develop legal compliant IDPs that will be implementable in the respective communities. The department coordinated and facilitated 2 provincial IDPs. We take account of the activities we took in ensuring that we have compliant and proper IDPs. If you move to section 139, we account firstly for, if you move to section 1, we account firstly for Mangaung municipality. The financial crisis that developed in Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality led the Free State Provincial Government Executive Council to invoke section 139A and C of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, Act number 108 of 1996, as amended, and place the municipality under intervention. An intervention team comprising of the individuals from national and provincial government departments, as well as from the private sector, was assembled to implement a mandatory financial recovery plan. And the names you find there is the list of the team members that were agreed upon to work in municipality, in Mangaung municipality. Initially, the team comprised of 5 members, as stated in 2.3 above. However, over the last 5 months, only 3 of the members remained, with Advocate Mofokeng and Mr. Mkaza physically managing the program. Mem Kheseng assisted the 2 representatives intermittently during that period. It is worth noting that The provincial executive representative and his assistant also focused on the financial matters of the municipality, given that the two colleagues allocated finances were no longer available. We illustrate that the municipality failed, which is as a result of the invocation of Section 139, to meet its operational revenue targets close to over 380 million. Municipal System X 2000 provides for efficiency in the revenue value chain. On the expenditure side, the municipality did not meet its target by over 105 million rands. Revenue was lower than expected or expenditure by 53 million by July 2020. Professional companies need to support the intervention team to improve the recovery plan. From discussion with the intervention team, municipal staff, and reports, the following institutional areas require immediate attention, which we have enumerated where we are intervening for the team to be able to respond properly. We also account further on the further functionality and the focus of the team to ensure that we turn things around in Mangaung municipality. If we go to Metsimaholo municipality, the next municipality is Mafube. I'm gonna rely on yourself. Go to Mafube, which is 62. Okay. Mafube municipality. Yes, enlisted SITA for commercial printing of municipal accounts to deal with backlog of 10 months of printing and issuing accounts. This municipality for 10 months have not been issuing accounts to residents because they say a printing machine was broken. Municipality is implementing and replacing 1,458 conventional water meters with prepaid water meters targeting industrial, business, and domestic areas in 4 towns. Working with COCTA with resources provided through the municipal system improvement grant to conduct data cleansing exercise and of the revenue enhancement. Section 32 committee MPEC has been established in March 2015 to assist the municipality with investigation of any unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred by the municipality. The investigation that was conducted by the municipal MPEC was rejected by Auditor General South Africa due to methodology that was used for this investigation. Therefore, the municipal MPEC has to re-perform the investigation and the process is ongoing. Provincial COCTA has conducted a forensic investigation of the UIF on behalf of the municipality, and the said report will be instructive in taking appropriate consequence management. We illustrate there the municipal succeeded in the spending 100% of received capital grants for the year 2019-2020. The municipality provide water services. We indicate areas and quantities at which the performance in terms of service is done in that municipality. If you go to Metsimaholo, which is the last municipality where we have got Section 139, on the 11th of February 2020, the Free State Provincial Government Executive Council resolved to intervene in the affairs of the municipality, Metsimaholo local municipality, thus placing it under administration. The decision was informed by the challenges and failures of the municipality and its governance structure to meet regulatory and constitutional obligation of the municipality. And on that date, I was there then to present and indicate to council that we are now subjected to Section 1391B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Next page. And the following people were indicated as the team that was agreed upon to help and assist the municipality. Next page. Next page, please. And the reason that also made us to make an intervention is because the municipality has failed to, for 3 years, to appoint Section 56 managers. They did not have the CFO, technical director, corporate services as indicated above there, until the team administrator at the moment has recommended the following people to constitute. We're waiting for the council to confirm them. Next page. And the mandate of the team was to fill those vacancies as part of their key mandate, as on the days that are set as per the instruction of the executive council. We can proceed. Next page. The district development model, which it is hailed as a paradigm shift, the Free State has made at the moment with the deployment of MECs as champions. We're also fortunate that we also have ministers deployed to the province as political champions. We have given you names of all the deployed champions, and we've also, on the other side, prepared administrators who would do and coordinate work for purposes of, if champions must go to various districts, they know what they are going to do there. There's a specific work they are going to perform. We have, however, appointed a provincial champion, the former MEC for Cocta in the Free State, Mr. Opa Khwaban, is the provincial champion of the district development model. So they've already at the moment consolidated plans of municipalities and district and provincial departments and national departments. They need to consolidate them into one. There's a plan to visit earmarked project in every district for purposes of launching them and continuing with the process. So ours is to ensure that we fill all the vacancies, we actualize and functionality of the district development plan, we operate and ensure a clean governance and responsive governance towards our people, because the hope and interest of the people is the government they have elected. And all government officials, there's been an overemphasis that we all exist at the behest of the people. And our mission has to ensure that we fulfill and support and service our people as expected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Free State. The next province will be Limpopo, Mr. Makama. Limpopo.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Corporate Governance, Mayor Mutambi, the ministers here, Minister Mboweni, Minister Dlamini Zuma, the Deputy Ministers, Deputy Minister Tau, Deputy Minister Bapela, Deputy Minister Dr. Masondo, the President of Salga, Councillor Tembi, Kadiming, members of the Select Committee on Corporate Governance, Traditional Affairs and Water and Sanitation, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First is to want to thank you, Deputy Chair, for the opportunity to address this virtual session on the 2020 National Council of Province Local Government Week, which the House hosts under the theme, Ensuring Capable and Financial Sound Municipalities. My presentation is on the plans to improve service delivery, financial management, develop capacity in local sphere of government, especially municipalities under Section 139, with the reputation of disclaimed audit opinions. My presentation will be very brief, Honorable Deputy Chair, but I will focus more especially on these municipalities. The context of our presentation comes from the fact that the local government is a key sphere to promote a sustainable development and change the quality of the life of the people. Section 152 of the Constitution mandates local government to structure and manage its administration, budgeting, planning process to promote both social and economic development to their communities. In fulfilling this task requires a sector to have the right pillars and tools to enable it not only to initiate activities, but to maintain those activities. I must indicate that since the establishment of the Limpopo Provincial Executive Council, it resolved to invoke Section 139 interventions on 4 municipalities. In all instances, the challenges identified in the municipalities were the same, and in the main, they were as follows: high vacancy in the senior management position, poor financial management, inability to honor financial obligations, poor expenditure in municipal infrastructure grants and other capital grants, instability of council and poor governance, poor audit outcomes, poor financial health emanating from low revenue base and poor collection rates, leadership instability that badly affected the performance of the municipality. Although these challenges were identified in Section 139 municipalities, these are challenges that affect the majority of municipalities, not only in Limpopo, but also the whole country. The challenges identified and plans are therefore relevant for the entire local government sphere. In terms of service delivery in the province of Limpopo, our Limpopo Development Plan, which had 2020 targets, were as follows. For water, we're targeting that by 2020, 90% of our communities should be able to receive water. But unfortunately, only 74% can be able to access water. In terms of sanitation, we said that all the 50% of our people should be getting sanitation, but only above 58% were able to get water. In terms of electricity, we plan to deliver to 90%, but we're above our target, and people with electricity in the province are about 92 or 93%. And as a province, we are doing very badly in terms of the refuse removal, where we targeted that 50% of our households should receive refuse removal, but only 22%. What I can indicate that in the overall, in terms of service delivery, we are doing better in terms of our sanitation, in terms of our electricity. What worries us most is the issue of the water. That is a problem. The following are the challenges which impact on service delivery. The first challenge is the inability to spend total allocation of infrastructure grants. I can say that few municipalities have consistently spent 100% of their allocation since 2016-2017 administration. The results in loss of conditional grants and subsequent delay in implementing key infrastructure projects results in poor service delivery. In Limpopo, for the current term of local government, of the 26 municipalities receiving MIG and the late IUC DG, only 2 municipalities, that is Capricorn and Thulamela, have consistently spent 100% for 4 years in succession. 3 municipalities, that is Bloberg, Kudutamaka, and Greater Letaba, consistently spent 100% in the last 3 years. If I were to take the NCOP In 2016-17, when we started this term of office of councils, 90% was spent, 17-18, 95% was spent, 18-19, 93% was spent. In 1920, we were only able to spend 85%, which can also be as a result of the challenges of the COVID-19. I must also indicate that when we look in terms of how our municipalities are implementing the MIG allocations, about the majority of money, about 51% of it, goes to the projects which deals with water. About 7% of the allocation goes to sanitation. Community lighting is less than 1%. Roads and stormwater is about 27.9%. Community facilities is about 7.5%. And the money that goes to PMU is 4.2%. And solid waste, hence we are not performing in terms of my previous slide, it's solid waste. It should be noted that the majority of money is going to water, despite the fact that communities still rely on water. Of a concern is the performance of 4 municipalities, namely Mopani, Wembe, Mukalakwena, Skukune, whose allocation is about 100 million and have not yet been able to spend 100% of the allocations. Only Capricorn has been able to spend 100% of their allocation. Those municipalities that are not spending the 100% are being supported through various programs. In Mopani District Municipality, we have deployed GTEC and MISA to assist them. In Wembe, there is GTEC. In Mukalakwena, it's a municipality that is under Section 1391B intervention. MISA is also deployed engineers in that municipality to help. And in the Skukune district, we also deployed MISA. The second challenge that affects service delivery in the province is insufficient budget for repairs and maintenance. Municipalities struggle with insufficient budget for repairs and maintenance, leading to poor and unreliable service provision, and subsequently community protest and loss of investment. One contributing factor is that the current funding regime provides allocation for new infrastructure, and it does not provide for the repairs and maintenance. Faced with low revenue base plus poor collection, most municipalities do not have sufficient resources for repairs and maintenance. As a result, while there is significant investment in new infrastructure, the lifespan of the infrastructure is shortened due to lack of maintenance, requiring replacement sooner and thereby leading to stagnant or increasing backlog, as well as unreliable services. I should be able to say, because I should be flighting my slides, there is a cartoon that was indicating where people are normally confused because not knowing the third challenge, or it's a capacity constraints in a capital investment. I should be indicate that for a municipality to function and be able to resolve, we should have the requisite skills from the technical, project management, contract management, and poor recruitment processes in most municipalities. What we're trying to illustrate here is that even if you can have people with technical skills, but if those people have a challenge that the project management skills are not there in the municipality, you always have confusion to identify the problem and the solutions that are required. So you will have to find a situation that we need to have all these areas which will be able to support for service delivery to be intact. But there is also insufficient funding capital investment in the infrastructure maintenance. I will try to illustrate my challenge here, that you find that in a community, there is a serious poverty in a community, but there's also a road that has to be unlocked. You find that the challenge is which one do you start with, whether to activate the economic spin-off in that area or to do the infrastructure, which may mainly have to resuscitate the economic benefits of that area. So in the majority of cases, you find that municipalities are having a challenge as to which one to start with so that it can be able to boost the other one. That is another challenge in terms of insufficient funding because little resources does not allow people to think properly as which one to start with. The last challenge is about misalignment infrastructure in our municipalities. I will not want to talk long about this, but you find that a municipality will continue with a reticulation, whereas they don't have a source where they are going to get money. So you find that what the money has been properly spent on a reticulation in a particular area. The infrastructure is there, but there's no source for that water. But also sometimes you find that there is a community which is staying next to a very big dam, which has got a source, but they don't necessarily have reticulation in their own. Water just passed them to their town. If you were to talk about the situation in my province, you have got Nandoni Dam, which has got enough water, but the people or the household or the community surrounding Nandoni, they don't have reticulation in their own area. But there will be a project that will be taking water from Nandoni to Giani, but the people surrounding in that. So this misalignment of infrastructure is a challenge, mainly because the DWS will be able to be doing their own projects. The water service authorities will be also be doing their project. DWS will say, we have completed our part. We don't know what is going to happen. But if we can try to improve and make sure that the two, and together with COCTA and the Office of the Premier, work together to align the infrastructure that is there. The current, let me come to the current interventions that the province is doing to these municipalities. In terms, COCTA and the DBSA have signed a 5-year memorandum of agreement to partner and collaborate to accelerate the development of substance infrastructure in municipalities. The support is through a lending and non-lending and lending support assistance on various areas. Various municipalities will benefit during the 2020-2021 financial year as follows. In terms of the township establishment, Mudimule Mukopong, Musina, Maruleng, and Greater Litava will be supported. In terms of the asset care, Maruleng, Lipalale, Fitaho Mutuvatse, Blobek, and Tulamela will be assisted. In terms of the master planning, Mopani, Musina, Fitaho Mutuvatse, Lipele Kumbe will be assisted. In terms of water, sanitation, and hygiene intervention, we will be assisting Fitaho Mutuvatse, Greater Litava, Greater Giani, Mopani district. In terms of alternative energy source, we will be supporting Mopani in Greater Tzaneen municipality, Maruleng, Vapalaburwa, Vembe for Collins Chabane and Tulamela. In terms of the revenue enhancement, we will be assisting Makado, Lipalale, Muhalakwena, Palaburwa, and Elias Mtswaleti. The other key support program is implemented through Government Technical Advisory Center, the GTEC, and funded by the Provincial Treasury. The purpose of this program is to provide technical capacity to support municipalities to spend the municipal infrastructure grant. GTEC direct beneficiary municipalities are Pulukwani, Vembe, Capricorn, Palaburwa, Tulamela, Musina, Mopani, Tawazimbi, Mudimule. The support involves the deployment of infrastructure, information technology, organizational development, public finance, change management experts to identify municipality for support. It also includes the capacity building to COCTA in terms of performing diagnostic, identification of support areas, development of initiatives to address the support areas, mobilization of support, as well as implementation of the initiatives. The department also organizes quarterly MIG sessions as well as bilateral sessions with beneficial municipality where challenges are experienced and resolved. The required interventions is to strengthen the intergovernmental collaboration and alignment, especially with the value chain, Department of Water and Sanitation and Water Service Authority. The signing of special contracts between government departments to agree on plans for budgets and implementation protocols, which is an intention of the district development model. The shared services at the district level for critical and scarce technical project management, contract management skills, especially for strategic and critical infrastructure with high social and economic impact. The DDM model and the introduction of District Hub provide an opportunity to address this challenge. This would, however, require political, administrative commitment across all spheres of government. The use of IGR structures as transitional forum rather than a just reporting forum. Use them to agree on priorities and streamline government budgets and intervention. This will make it easy to bring private sector on board. We must also facilitate its partnership with private sector, academic institutions, and other development institutions such as DBSA to invest in a structured long-term capacity building in local government. Programs like MISA, GTEC, PMU support, as supported or offered by DBSA, are addressing the challenge, but not enough considering the challenges affecting our municipalities. The appointment and retainment of people with requisite skills and capacities in local government to plan, implement, monitor capability and projects. Revise the funding framework to make provision for repairs and maintenance within the grant framework. The next slide, I will be talking about the financial health of our municipalities. I must indicate that we have got a total of 27 municipalities. 9 municipalities were in a situation where their liquidity ratio is less than 1:1, which is a required one, meaning that 9 municipalities could not be able to pay their creditors and still survive. And that will mean these municipalities, its viability is not healthy. The next one is a municipalities which are unable to pay their creditors, but their liquidity is above 1:1. There are about 8 municipalities. And these municipalities do have cash, but if they can pay for their creditors, they will left with nothing. We only have got 1 municipality which its liquidity ratio is less than 1:1, but sufficient cash and investments are available to pay for creditors. But we also have at least a hope, because about 8 municipalities are having a proper liquidity ratio, which will be able. Unfortunately, by the time we use the audit of the previous financial year to determine this liquidity ratio, 1 municipality at a time did not receive its audit outcome. That was Polokwane, but safe to say, now it has received its audit outcome and will be able to do its financial health. Let me come to the issues of audit outcomes in the province. I should be able to indicate that we have done tremendously in improving from the disclaimer and the adverse opinion. As we speak in the province, only 2 municipalities are remaining in that category. We should also indicate that we have seen a very high increase of municipalities sitting under qualified audit opinion, about 18 of them, and we are able to say 5 of the municipalities are sitting under unqualified audit opinion. And we also want to congratulate 1 municipality, that is Capricorn District Municipality, which received a clean audit. And as you look at our analysis, we can be able to say the following were key general recurring audit findings in municipalities for 18-19 financial year and the past financial years. The non-compliance with the supply chain management policies and legislation is a serious matter. Poor records management, asset management, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and revenue management are challenges. Commitments of municipalities, municipalities failing to account for VATs, contingent asset liabilities, prior periods errors, and lack of performance information. We also have got another challenge in terms of these finances, that most municipalities used to adopt budgets which are unfunded. We are seeing an improvement as we speak, that in the province, out of the 27 municipalities, 20 municipalities have adopted fully funded budgets. 6 municipalities have adopted unfunded budgets, and one municipality could not be determined because of failure to submit or have submitted incomplete budget documents, and that is Mukhala. And as it is in administration, both Coxstar and Provincial Treasury are working hard to make that they complete so that we can be able to assess them. Overall challenges is the collection rate of rates and services, which is too low to ensure the healthy cash flow in municipalities. Non-implementation of MOUs between Water Service Authority and local municipalities. There are huge debts to ESCOM and water boards. Local economic development not prioritized by some municipalities and thereby leading to low revenue base. Insufficient capacity in municipalities and supply chain management units contributing to the increase in unwanted expenditure. Poor value for money during the procurement resulting in poor services. Weak consequence management resulting in similar or repeat audit findings. Impact not fully functional resulting in accumulating of UIF and wasteful expenditure over the years. Weak supply chain management units affecting capacity and resulting in weak internal controls. Incorrect application of the Supply Chain Management Regulation 32. What we are doing as Coxstar and Treasury is that we have developed and signed a collaborative framework to ensure coordinated support and oversight to improve financial management in municipalities. The support framework is based on 6 key areas, which in our term we call it a game changer, is that we are going to support our municipalities in audit, in the budgeting and reporting, and in MSCOR support, asset management, supply chain management, and revenue management. We believe that if Coxstar and Treasury and all the support we are getting can go to municipalities and support in these areas, it can change the whole complexion of the financial management of municipalities. An action plan aligned to indicators per key area has been developed and is being implemented by the 2 departments. The 2 teams recently concluded an engagement process with municipalities to assess IDPs and budgets and to determine the progress on implementation of audit action plan as well as readiness for the 1920 audits. We are also intervening in the following areas: the addressing of the government debts. The department has established a provincial debt forum. The forum is composed of officials from Coxstar, Provincial Treasury, government departments, state-owned entities, and municipal officials. Since the establishment of the forum, there is an improvement in the respect of payments of debts owed by government departments to municipalities. It has also improved the communication between the municipalities and government departments. On services, all departments are paying well. The main challenge is schools, as they claim that the money received for norms and standards is not sufficient to pay services. The biggest challenge and the contributor to weak financial health of municipalities is disputed rates for government properties on communal land, where the transfer process or ownership issues have not been addressed as per the slide below. What we are indicating in the slide is that in terms of the public rates, Public Works National, it's owing the province about 30 million. The Public Works Provincial is owing about 33 million. And Department of Rural Development is owing about 18 million. And out of that money, about 82 million is being owed for property rates. And the biggest municipality which is owed this money is Makudu Tamaka municipality, which is owed about 371 million. If the municipality could be able to get this money, their financial challenges could be a thing of the past. In the improving of financial health, Treasury and Coxstar teams support municipalities to develop financial recovery plans in order to improve the overall financial health and address the challenge of unfunded budgets. Today, Wapalaburo Municipality, Musina, Tabazimbi, Mutimule Mukopong have been supported to develop such plans. The development of the FRPs from Khalakwena municipality is underway. The draft has been concluded and is being consulted with relevant parties. The success of the plans is, however, dependent on the commitment of the municipal leadership to implement the reforms as proposed. The other intervention is in the increasing the revenue base of our municipalities. Municipalities are being supported to comply with SPLUMA to ensure coordinated development and create a conducive environment for business to flourish. The focus of the support is on the developing SPLUMA compliant spatial development frameworks, bylaws, land use schemes, and establishment of planning tribunals. There are significant progress in all areas except development of land use schemes. 7 municipalities that are still to conclude the process are being supported to ensure 100% compliance on SPLUMA by June 2022. It's an extended time frame that has been allocated. In addressing the ESCOM and water boards challenges, support municipalities in engagement with ESCOM to ensure agreements and affordable arrangements to municipalities. The intervention has led ESCOM agreeing to affordable terms with Musina municipality, and the municipality is honoring its obligation, and we hope all municipalities will follow the suit. Monitor the adherence of the payment plans through regular interactions and updates with ESCOM offices. The challenge is Mudimude Mukopong that opted for legal road. As such, the agreement is not yet resolved, while the debt is increasing on a month-to-month basis. In improving the audit outcomes, support the development of audit action plans and monitor implementation jointly with Provincial Treasury. Assess municipal process plans for development of AFS. Provide input on the draft financial statements. Monitor the functionality of MPEC. Participation in audit steering committee. Conducting training of bid committees on request by municipalities. Municipalities to create a conducive environment for business, both small and big, to flourish by, among others, cutting the red tape, ensuring a safe environment, balanced provision of infrastructure that supports social and economic development, ensuring that the regulatory environment, bylaws and policies support SMMEs and informal business sector growth. Municipalities to initiate projects to promote local creativity and innovation, particularly among the youth and the women. Strengthen relationships and partnerships with traditional leaders to enhance integrated development and effective implementation of SPLUMA and other relevant bylaws. Build sufficient capacity in units responsible for local development. The third area which we looked at is the issue of the governance and leadership within municipalities. Good governance and leadership at both political and administrative level are critical for creating viable and effective municipal institutions. Despite the clear regulatory framework, most municipalities are characterized by poor governance. Leadership has led to poor service delivery and decline in community trust and an increase in the process over the years. A number of challenges can be attributed to the following situations. One is the political and administrative instability, high vacancy rate in the senior management position and other critical units such as finance units, technical services and supply chain units, poor political and administrative interface, appointment of managers reporting to municipal manager on contract basis, and in some instances linked to the term of municipal managers, mean that 1 year after local government elections, the entire senior management team is new, as retention of such managers is almost non-existent in municipalities. This is despite the fact that municipal councils are not obliged to appoint managers reporting to municipal managers on a fixed term contract, but that these officials could be appointed on a permanent basis to ensure organizational stability. Instability of councils. Capability of council and its committees to play oversight role and to fully address reports on key governance structures like audit committee, MPEC, etc. slow implementation of audit committee and internal audit recommendations by management in municipalities. Overall challenges faced by MPACs relates to insufficient budget, tools of trade, lack of capacitated researchers to support the MPAC. The examples of good governance and leadership on municipal performance. If I were to give example, Capricorn District Municipality. This municipality is characterized by stable leadership, both politically and administratively. Senior management vacancies are all filled. Result is that 100% expenditure of MIG consecutively for 4 years have been achieved. Unqualified audit over the years. And in 2019-20 financial year, the municipality got a clean audit. As opposed to the following. In Tawazimbi local municipality, the municipality was characterized by poor audit outcomes, high ESCOM and water board debt, labor instability, poor service delivery, which led to Section 1391B intervention in 2016. The situation in the municipality changed once the municipality appointed capable and qualified senior managers. It was the first time municipality in the province signed and honored its agreement with ESCOM and water boards, and that has been improving. The MIG implementation has been moved from the municipality to Waterberg District Municipality from 2014 to 2017-2018 financial year due to poor performance. The municipality started to implement its MIG from 18-19 to date and attained about 96.6 expenditure in 18-19 and 100% in 19-20 financial year. The audit outcome improved from a disclaimer to qualified opinion in 18-19 financial year. On the contrary, the municipalities characterized by political and administrative instability and leadership. You see a high vacancy rate at senior management, which resulted in poor performance, such as in the examples below. The first, it's Mutimule Mukopong, which was also under Section 139. They have sustained a disclaimer audit opinion since the amalgamation to date. They have got the poor MIG expenditure. The average expenditure is 80% and 58.3% during the 18-19 financial year. The ESCOM debt continues to increase as the municipality does not have any agreement with ESCOM in place. As at 30 June 2020, the municipal ESCOM debt has increased to 566,018,606, which is also above 500 million. There was, however, progress made during Section 139B intervention in terms of stabilizing the financial situation. But the protected legal battle affecting the appointment of the municipal manager might undermine the progress that has been made. The next municipality, which is under Section 139, it's Fitakomutubat local municipality. Sustained qualified audit opinions since amalgamation to date, poor MIG expenditure, which has led to loss of some portion of the grant. Average performance expenditure is 73%. The current one is 58.3%.
Summarize, please.
Delays in the concluding of transitional matters emanating from the amalgamation of Tuvatse and Greater Tuvatse and Fitahomu municipality. The municipality has recently appointed all senior managers, with municipal manager assuming the duty on the 1st of July 2020. It is anticipated that this will stabilize the municipality, leading to an improved performance. The department participates in the recruitment process when invited and the compliance with the applicable legislations. In the areas of non-compliance with the Act and regulations, municipalities are promptly advised to correct the situation. Joint training on MPAC members were organized by SALGA, Treasury, Provincial Legislature, Office of the Auditor General, and COGSTA. The Provincial MPAC Technical Committee, Provincial MPAC Executive Committee, and Provincial MPAC Forum have been established as convened quarterly. Conduct training for mayors, speakers, MPAC chairpersons, focusing on roles of responsibilities and overall municipal functions.
Yes, thank you very much.
Municipal Council to appoint capable, qualified senior managers and further consider appointing managers reporting to the municipal managers on a permanent basis to ensure organizational stability. The Constitutional Court judgment has negatively affected the ability of department to intervene where there is non-compliance. Consideration of minimum requirements for members of critical council committees, chairpersons of councils committee MPEC is another intervention. Regular training for council committees on their responsibilities to keep up with legislation and other policy changes. Municipalities should provide sufficient resources, including researchers for MPEC, to enable key governance structure to play its roles. As I conclude, Chairperson, there is an overall stability in the municipalities. The greatest challenge is on financial sustainability of municipalities, as fewer municipalities are financially viable. There is also a concern that despite relatively good expenditure in MIG over the years, water provision and access continues to decline. Availability of water sources remain a concern despite availability of dams. There is a need for DWS to fast-track bulk water projects to address the water challenge. It is also clear that good governance and leadership at both political and administrative level are critical for creating viable and effective municipal institutions, as seen from the performance of municipalities like Tabazimbi and Capricorn Municipality. It is therefore important that municipalities pay attention to those critical areas. And I want to thank you, Deputy Chair, for the opportunity to present the session. Thank you.
You just start with the most important points. Thank you. But in future, start with the most important points, like the ones in section 139. I will continue as members have arrived. We will now request the MEC of Mpumalanga for the next 30 minutes to do his presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to greet yourself, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Memo Thambi, Chairperson of the Select Committee, our Honorable Ministers, my colleagues, MECs, and Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee. We want to take this opportunity to appreciate the opportunity given to us, and we are going to stick to the topic, plans to improve service delivery, financial management, and develop capacity in the local sphere of government, especially in municipalities under Section 139 with repetitive disclaim audit opinions. We must indicate, Chair, that in the province we've got 3 districts: Kangala District, Hartsbande District, and Ehlanzen District. And we've got 17 municipalities. In Hartsbande District, we've got 7 municipalities. In Nkangala District municipality, we've got 6 municipalities. And Ehlanzen District, we've got 4 municipalities. Let me start by indicating that when we came to the office, we developed a program to engage with each and every municipality of the 3 districts, which we successfully did. And what happened, we were able to look into the audit outcomes of the previous 5 years and the challenges thereof. I'm going to start with Hartsbande District, with municipalities that were under Section 139 before the office. Govenembegi was under Section 139. And it has not improved. When the 139 was pulled out during the 5th administration, in the current administration, we were encountered by a challenge of the municipality not submitting annual financial statement. And the Auditor General could not be able to audit that municipality. And the equitable share of that municipality has been withheld. Now, what we have did, there's no audit opinion out of the non-submission. we have made submission to the Executive Council that we have to go back to Section 139 in that particular municipality. And what has happened, they've suspended the municipal manager just last week on non-compliance matters in terms of finances. And there's a lot of instability in that municipality. So what is it that we have did to improve service delivery together with Provincial Treasurer? We developed a team led by our acting HOD from COCTA and the HOD from Treasury, and of course some officials from our department, and Mr. Gunene, who's the Chief Director for Municipal Support, to ensure that during these difficult challenges facing the municipality, services are being given to our people. One of the challenges of that municipality is financial management. They are collecting, this municipality, Honorable Chair, they are owing ISCOM 2 billion in terms of debt. The reason is that when they collect revenue for electricity in areas, they don't ring-fence the funds for the municipality to pay ISCOM. What they do, they utilize those funds for other activities, which is a problem. Therefore, we have intervened. We have met with ISCOM Provincial Treasurer and the Executive Mayor of that municipality to ensure that money collected for ISCOM purposes or electricity purposes are being ring-fenced, and we have been successful in doing that. And we have since engaged with Treasury. They have now going to release the equitable share and are going to take 74 million and pay to the ISCOM debt so that we're able to reduce the debt. Now, in terms of capacity building of that municipality, we've identified challenges in terms of the administration. We have since utilized Section 154 of the Constitution and 156, two secondary officials, as I've indicated, to work with plans of good governance to this particular municipality. So this is the only municipality in that district which is under Section 139. But there are indeed municipalities which are very under stress conditions. One of the municipalities is Lekwa local municipality. As we speak, Honorable Chair, for 5 weeks that municipality has been closed. There's no service delivery, and that there's high rate of vacancies in that municipality. When CFOs and directors are employed, they only stayed for 3 months because of high level of political instability. In the fifth administration, that municipality was placed under forensic investigation, and the outcome came through the first stage of the sixth administration. We have since presented the forensic audit report, but it is difficult to action the plan because the law requires that after the MEC responsible has presented the report, a special council should be convened for an action plan to ensure that whatever has been found is being actioned by the municipality. So what we have prepared, Honorable Chair, we have placed the municipality under Section 139(1)(b), but the difficulty is that it was just when the COVID started. Before we could even went to the municipality to present the 139(1)(b), the municipality convened a special council meeting and removed the speaker and the executive mayor. So what we did to try and improve service delivery, utilizing Section 154 and Section 156, subsection 6 of the Constitution, we have seconded 3 directors to the municipalities, and those directors are working very well. But because of the high level of infighting, both in the political and administrative leadership, they find it also difficult to be able to cope and do work. We were at talks with the portfolio committee, select committee, and the minister, where we said our view is that we must place that municipality under Section 139C to dissolve it because it is unable to provide services as is required by the Constitution, Chapter 7 of the Republic of South Africa. The other municipalities which is having a challenge is Pixlika, Sakakaseme. There's a challenge. There was serious allegation in terms of maladministration and misappropriation of funds. We have since appointed a forensic investigation, Section 106, which has been concluded. It has to serve next week in the Executive Council, and without divulging the outcome, because it will be unethical for us to do that before it go to serve to council. It has got serious implication and bearing in the leadership of the municipality, which in the later stage will be able to report to the minister and your good selves and the chairperson of the portfolio committee and the chairperson of the select committee. So the other municipalities, the district municipality of Hertsibande district got a clean audit with no findings. It has happened in 2 consecutive terms. But all the municipalities under that district has regressed. For the period of 5 years, most of them, Yomsuga Likwa, they have regressed. And what we are doing, we are engaging with the municipalities through the TTM and provincial treasury. We've got plan in place so that we are able to improve on financial management, because in most cases, the Auditor General, when pinpoint on internal controls and financial mismanagement on those partner municipalities. Of concern was that, remember, in terms of the legislation, it is only the municipality who can impose consequence management to ill-doers. And most of these municipalities are not doing that. Yesterday and the day before yesterday and last week, we had engagement with all our municipalities in the province with COPA. And we have developed a plan to ensure that we thwart this ill action of financial mismanagement. So this is how we can deal with municipalities in the Hertsibande region. In Kangala district municipality, we've got, out of the 6 municipalities, we've got 1 municipality which has been placed under Section 139 and a forensic audit, Section 106, respectively, which is Dr. Jess Moroka. There's a lot of infightings there. There were, it has been in the country news. There have been removal of mayors by council, removal of speakers, MM, and all these things. And the municipality dismissed the MM. It's a matter which is before court. We appeared before the portfolio committee last year in December, and there has been improvement in terms of stability in the administration because the MM is no longer there. He was disturbing the administration team of 139, and he was disturbing the forensic investigation team. But we were also engulfed by the pandemic. Instead of us finishing in 6 months, we'll not be able to finish in 6 months our 139. But we have since got the closed out report check. We must indicate that before we intervene, the spending on MIC was 0. Now the spending is at 68%, which we are quite content a bit. We are envisaging to move to 98% very, very soon. And the other challenge, Chair, there is that the infightings between the administrative leadership and political leadership in the municipality has spilled over to the community. Community are closing roads. You see that municipality is placed closer to Gauteng, in particular in Pretoria, Tshwane, and in some instances during the strikes, people will no longer be able to go to work. We have since intervened. As a province, currently, we have seconded a municipal manager and a chief financial officer because the CFO was involved in a VPS scandal and his matter is before court. So because the matter is not concluded, we have also applied Constitution Section 154 and Section 156, 155 Schedule 6 of the Constitution. We are waiting to go and present both the forensic report in very soon, within 21 days, and the 139 closeout report. And the situation, as I've indicated, has stabilized a bit, but not to the level where we will be satisfied, all of us. That is Dr. Jess Moroka. And in terms of the capacity building on local sphere of government, I've indicated that we've seconded, we're also babysitting that municipality because our experience is that when you employ Section 139 of the Constitution, immediately after you pull out, situation go back to worse. So our attitude in the province is that for those municipalities, including Moroka, who were in 139, will not be able to move out will be much more closer as we are assisting other municipalities in the province. But with Morocco, will be much more closer up until the situation is at satisfactory level. The other municipality which is having a challenge is Victor Kanye. They also have high ISCOM debt, but after our intervention in provincial treasury, they are now able to pay. The challenge is with rent water. There were tariff challenges. We've met with them, and we are since stabilizing the service delivery now. Victor Kanye was engulfed by a lot of infightings, and the mayor has since resigned in that municipality. And there's a new mayor who was a chief whip previously, and now there's a stability. The service delivery, there's less protest from the communities. The other municipalities which is having a problem, which is owing close to 2 billion in terms of ISCOM debt, is Emalahleni local municipalities. The reason why these municipalities are owing so much money is because, in the main, they allow informal settlement to mushroom. And these informal settlers, what they do, they interfere with the infrastructure. They connect electricity illegally, they connect the water illegally, and the municipality ability to collect revenue become a serious concern. And then the debt from ISCOM goes out. We have since taken 8 discussions, and we have assisted them to improve on service delivery. We have put a plan because they were not finishing their mixed spending. I must indicate that in the province, our mixed spending is at 97%. There are only three municipalities who have not spent well their make. It is Dr. Jas Moroka, because of the infighting, as I've indicated, is Govan Mpegi and Bombela. But Bombela, the other challenge was that when they were engulfed by COVID, they had no plans to be able to mitigate that. We have since engaged with them. Now there are plans to finalize the outstanding 6% that they have not spent in terms of nature. The municipality which is we're very proud of that we have assisted in terms of improvement service delivery is Steve Chwete. That municipality spending is and it is able to pay its ESCOM debt and water debt. We have since engaged with other municipalities who are benchmarking with it. We're utilizing there's a good case study. This is a municipality which has got only 8 wards. Is less under-industrialized. There's high level of unemployment, and the municipality's ability to collect revenue is far much more less. So we are working with them to ensure that we bring other departments through the DDM so that we improve service delivery. In terms of the financial management, they're having serious challenges. We have also engaged with them and put a system to ensure that everybody adhere to the prescription and legislation in terms of financial management, including supply chain management. Tembisile municipality, there's a lot of improvement in terms of service delivery. The make funding is close to 100%, and we're very happy on that. In terms of their capacity, they are cooperating very well. When we meet at Munimec and resolve on programs, they ensure that they implement those particular decisions. Coming to Mbombela, or coming to the Ehlanzeni district municipality. The Ehlanzeni district municipality, in the previous administration, in the previous term of local government, they got for a period of 5 years clean audit. But ever since 2016, they've regressed from clean audit to unqualified and qualified. Yesterday, during engagement with SCOPA, we agreed, because also the executive mayor is the chairperson of the DDM. We have indicated that she must lead with good example. She has since made an undertaking that she's developing a draft, which will finalize this week with the department and treasury, because the financial responsibility of the municipalities in the province are assigned to treasury. So it's a municipality, it's a district municipality which we think it can go back to where it belongs. Mbombela is a big city. It is also strategically located as a center of SADC, because when you want to go to Maputo, Zimbabwe, Swaziland, you pass through Mbombela. We have also engaged with them to yesterday through the SCOPA and last week and during Munimap. One of the challenges in terms of service delivery is also that they were engulfed by illegal land invasion, and they're quiet for quite some time. But we have since taken an engagement with the executive mayor, rural development as the auspices for communal land to improve service delivery, because they've acknowledged that if they don't deal with the issue of land invasion, similar case like it is happening with Emalahleni will occur. People are going to interfere with the infrastructure. So we are preparing for courts, because those invaders were given letters for them to be told that they must not occupy such a land. And soon, Chair, there will be some demolition, because South Africa can't be allowed to become a banana republic. It is going to put a stress to the municipality if we're unable to do that. In terms of their financial management, they have acknowledged, Chair, that most challenge in relation to that, they don't comply with supply chain management. We have not agreed, because in most cases, what they will do, they will condone irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure as identified by the HE. We have said as a province, as an MSA, will not condone that. We have developed a program to identify role players in the ill behavior, and there should be consequence management. We'll be able to developing their capacity in the local sphere in that municipality to be able to work. In terms of their organogram and personnel, they've got their personnel are full. However, there's a challenge. The cabinet has took a decision that we have to review all our municipalities organogram to ensure that they speak to business of concern in that municipality, Chair, because of the amalgamation between the former Mjini and former Mbombela. They got 2 deputy municipal managers. We have since taken an undertaking that we are going to convene a meeting together with local labor forum to ensure that we reorganize their organogram, because there's no need to have deputy municipal managers. In terms of the law, Section 56 managers report to the municipal manager. So there's no role defined to the 2 deputy municipal managers. We feel that we can be able to preserve some funds that will be able to focus on service delivery. But it's a municipality which is a hope, because it's a municipality which we are preparing it to become a metro in the near future, very, very soon, because now it's a city which 90 wards. It's a municipality which also a center of the economy in the province. The hub of the economy in the province is in these municipalities. There's a lot of cooperative from the executive mayor, his troika, and the management working very good with them. The other municipality that was engulfed by Section 139 is Tabatseu. You remember, it's one of the municipalities that was also engulfed by serious problems. But the 139 was in the 5th administration. It was lifted in the 5th administration. We are not quite happy about Tabatseu. They are also owing ISCOM more than 1 billion rand. They are unable to collect revenue. There's high serious allegations of mismanagement. We are working with that municipality through our support staff in the provincial administration, Mr. Gunene, and the acting HOD, and we are taking actions. We are resolved to take actions to those officials who have been found, who are going to be found during the investigation processes to have played ill behavior in relation to financial management. But we must indicate that they were also engulfed by the pandemic. We received a letter just last week, Chair, from a community in Ward 7 which wanted to take the street, alleging that there was a road project for that ward, and that road project is that the money has been reprioritized for COVID-19. Remember, there was instruction from National Command Council and Provincial Command Council, and the Prof joined that all municipalities should ensure that they reprioritize their budget. We have since responded to that ward, and things are stabilized. They will get that project in the next financial year. So, in terms of developing capacity in that municipality in relation to local sphere of government, we have got a lot of engagement in that municipality in terms of good governance. But in terms of the economy, they are in par excellence. It's just a matter of ill behavior in relation to the administration and lack of consequence management from the executive authority and the accounting officer. And the other matter is that they've appointed a municipal manager, despite the fact that we've told them that they can't appoint for 5 years, they must appoint for a year, so that the new administration that comes will be able to then seek to appoint its own administrator. It's a matter which is creating a lot of noise. We are working on that because it causes a capability to create unnecessary instability in that municipality. Bushbuck Ridge Municipality, they have improved in terms of service delivery. However, they've written off, they've condoned irregular, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure of more than 600 million. It's a matter which we have told them that no, we're taking engagement with them. We're supposed to meet with them this week, Thursday, but because of the local government week, we're taking engagement with them next week to ensure that culprits who have played a role in terms of discipline when it comes to financial management, there will be consequences to that. The other municipality is the Nkomazi municipality. Nkomazi municipality, in terms of its audit performance, opinion, with matters of serious challenges from the community on serious allegations of corruption. We have received letters from members of the community on serious allegation on misappropriation of COVID-19 funds, 27 million rand. And then the allegation was that the municipal manager has appointed himself to be the sole person who deals with that. The allegation was also that just for allowed hailing in the ward is 35,000. Those were serious allegations. What we then did, utilizing section 1061A, we have instructed the acting HOT to write a letter to the municipal manager, which he has responded, and the responses from the municipal manager are not satisfactory. We have since considered forensic investigation, which will soon take it to cabinet for implementation. We must indicate that also Hawks are there. They went there to raid the offices, take their laptops and whatnot, and so forth. It has got impact on service delivery because people start then to organize themselves to start to pinpoint that officials and councillors are corrupt, they've charged their money. We have since engaged through the media slots and newspapers with our people to say we're on top of the situation. The situation has stabilized a bit now. In terms of their financial management, we can say they are relatively well checked. We are helping them to ensure that their system are in place and they are cooperating very well with us. In terms of the personnel, they've filled all their strategic position, and they've employed personnel which are qualified in terms of the work required. The other thing that we have done in the province, Chair, to improve service delivery is that every time they want to appoint, we've got an agreement that if they want to appoint any personnel in the section 56, they must bounce those what do you call those CVs to our offices to check whether the advertisement and the CV of the incumbent that they propose to appoint are tallying. In most cases, we have written them back to say, no, but you have identified a director technical services and you want to bring a person with teacher's diploma. It will not be able to improve service delivery. And they've since appointed people with necessary and qualified skills. Through media houses and which
officials can assist.
Relevant. so far better to give our people.
Are you concluded? MC? Hello. MC CB? Same as if he has completed his input. We will now go over to Gauteng. MC Maile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Thank you very much. We want to acknowledge all the ministers, deputy ministers, the leadership of SALGA, honorable members of the NCOP, MECs, and mayors and councillors. Where Cont must be deemed. I know they had indicated that they will help us to share from where we are, but I would like to ask the team to beam it first so that we can be able to just go through it from where we are. That's our presentation. The next, I'm unable to move it here. I think the problem is my gadget. But anyway, I've asked you to go to the purpose and move to the next. As you can see there, that what we want to do is to brief the NCOP on the provincial implementation plans to strengthen local government audit outcomes, revenue management, support and financial state of municipalities. Though the presentation is dealing with those issues only, we will highlight some few issues that have to do with 139 just towards the end of the presentation. And our approach is to focus on what is expected of us in terms of 154. So one of the methodologies we're using in terms of 154 is to be hands-on in working with the municipalities and make sure that we provide direct support to all our municipalities. And this is done through the deployment of highly specialized capacity to assist with core technical skills in the areas of finance, of human resource development, and other technical skills, including engineering and in the built environment. But we also are working with municipalities to provide capacity building, and we also in certain instances provide financial support, especially to our local municipalities. The second area we're looking at is the implementation of an integrated solution that addresses the back and front end of the revenue management value chain. That is in the next slide, by the way, the person who's moving the slides. And furthermore, we're looking at fostering prudent financial management and audit support initiatives. So I will not go through those details. And the next one, it's in relation to governance and institutional support, strengthening leadership and professionalizing local government. As we know, that we've got various challenges with regard to the kind and the caliber of managers that are being attracted by some of our municipalities, especially the local municipalities that might not have the financial muscle. And the second area is to look at the program-based short-term support, which is the provision of once-off skills and competence-focused training activities. This is just the short term, because we know that the problem will take long to resolve Hence, we have a multi-pronged approach, but to also strengthen coordination of capacity building initiatives, because there are several capacity building activities that are taking place in our provinces, in our municipalities, which are not coordinated and are provided by various spheres of government, including national and provincial. So we have decided that we have to mobilize, but we are also mobilizing resources, and it's part of this coordination. Mobilize resources so that there is coordinated and there is no double dipping as well. On the issues of the 2018-19 audit outcomes and progress on audit, which is the next page, you will see per municipality that one of the municipalities with the highest number of unresolved audit findings, it's still the city of Johannesburg, and we're working on that. You'll see it's followed by the city of Tshwane, but you'll see that all our municipalities have received unqualified audit outcomes. We don't have a municipality that has got a qualified audit outcome or a disclaimer, and we only have one with a clean audit outcomes. In fact, Ekurhuleni was on the verge of receiving a clean audit, and it's a huge metro. So we think that if a metro of that magnitude can do well in terms of some of these issues, we should be able to get everybody else to come to the party. The second slide is just a summary which shows that about 30% of audit findings are not resolved, and that 35% are resolved, and about 35% are work in progress. And you'll also see in terms of some of the challenges that are facing our municipalities, one of them being the financial statements, the material misstatements, and both accession levels and financial statement levels, because this is one of the biggest area of concern in terms of skills requirements and availability by our municipalities. And compliance with regulations, SCM, MFMA, especially the popular Section 32, it's still one of the problems. And there's issue about the predetermined objectives, the reliability and usefulness of information. There's poor document management, the financial viability and going concern issues, especially of firstly our districts. It's an issue I was going to speak to later on, but I might just as well dwell on it now, which are just totally not viable. There's two of them, and we are currently seized with the issue of the financial viability, and it has to do with the allocation of functions as well. And we have since taken a decision as a province that we would want to move towards a metropolitan kind of governance, because we are largely an urban province, and therefore we think that that could be viable. Instead of having districts and locals, we focus on that. But we'll still, it's still an issue that requires a regulation, or rather an amendment to the legislation. And then there's an increase in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which is a problem. And then there's an advisory support on audit outcomes. I will not go through those details. Members can read at their leisure. Then there's issues of asset management support, because this is a big problem in our municipalities. So that's the introduction. I will not go through it. In the following slide is the detail of work undertaken in the updating and maintenance of asset registered. The fixed asset management policies were updated to include the latest GRAP standards and best practice in asset management and movable assets. Review and updating of the asset management procedures manuals. The work in progress registers were updated for the general ledger, review of fair value for immovable, movable and intangible assets, updating of asset movements for the year, completeness and accuracy of geographical coordinates of all assets, statutory annual review of impairments, reversal of impairments losses, and the review of appropriate expenditure allocation and classification. That's the next step. The asset registers were checked for gaps and improvement, and it goes on and on. I will not go through all the entire slide. Excuse me, Deputy Chair, I have a bit of flu, so I just want to blow my nose. Strengthen leadership and professionalization of local government is a point I've raised, and I will not belabor this point, but it is an important point. We'll pass that point and go to slide 19, which deals with the UIFW support. What is the planned support there? The Auditor General has highlighted an escalating trend in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in municipalities over recent years. There's also been a sense of uncertainty amongst municipalities on the understanding of how irregular expenditure should be treated and who has the legislative power to deal with irregular expenditure, but that's not an excuse for not doing well in that area. That's why we're working with them and also looking at capacitating their impacts as well. And the objective of this support is to support, rather, the objective is to support the identified municipalities with additional capacity to curb growth of unauthorized, irregular, as well as fruitless expenditure. And the provisions of provisional services to Gauteng municipalities to resolve unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure will undertake the activities that are indicated in that slide, which are also about compliance, some of them, and I will not go through those. I will also not go through the next slide. Then I'll rather go to the slide that deals with revenue enhancements and debtor management support. This is important, especially for our local municipalities. You will know, Deputy Chair, that our metros run huge budgets, multi-billion budgets, which are bigger than some of the provincial budgets. So they might have challenges, but not as much as the locals. But we are also not neglecting them and not taking things for granted. Because of urbanization, the needs and especially service delivery issues are huge in these, especially the metros, and it has a huge burden on the resources at our disposal. So that's why we take that this task very important, and that's why we deal with, amongst others, making sure that we've got an accurate data for indigents, because we've got a lot of people who are indigents in our province, who come to the province looking for greener pastures, because it's assumed that it will be easy to get work when they're here. And they realize once they arrive that the truth is the opposite, and they end up becoming, it ends up becoming a huge challenge, not just for the municipalities. So I will not take you through that slide. I'll take you through the next one as well. I will not take you through that slide as well. The next one, which deals with the deployment of multidisciplinarity of revenue experts. I will also not take you through that one, because the point is made there that we are sending a multidisciplinary team. The implementation of government debt reduction strategy, you will see there that we are working with the Gauteng Treasury to systematically and consistently work with our municipalities. And you'll also see there, in terms of the numbers that I will not go through, which demonstrates the impact of this intervention. And then I will not take you through and then this slide on audit and correction of large power and water users billing data. This is important because we got a lot of, as a result of our industrial character and being the economic hub of the province, we also have a lot of large power and water users. And some of our municipalities are not able to accurately provide or rather bill these big, large water and power users, which results in loss of a lot of revenue for our municipalities. So we have taken keen interest in making sure that we work with them and we help them to deal with this issue. So you will see there, without taking you through that, Deputy Chair, the issues we are dealing with and where is the focus. On the 139 municipalities, we've got two. One is under 139 subsection 1B, which is Mfuleni municipality. And it has been under 139 1B since 2018. We have had an interaction with the select committee on this, including what were the weaknesses in the intervention at the time, and what is it that we have done to work on the weaknesses, including sending a team that is reinforced to be able to help us. And unfortunately, that municipality owes SCOM more than 2.3 billion. It's a municipality that has a 6 billion budget, so that it's huge. And it has a number of challenges, including this issue of the power, large power users, some of which have decided to migrate to ESCOM and not pay the municipality, despite the fact that they are using the infrastructure of the municipality. And it's something that we are dealing with, working with them. And they also owe Randwater about 600 million, if I'm not mistaken. And they've got arrangements with both. We're working with them. The next municipality, it's Tshwane. As you know, Deputy Chair, Tshwane is under 139 subsection 1, subsection C, meaning it's dissolved. Tomorrow, the Constitutional Court will be hearing an appeal. As you know, that there's a court case which started with the High Court ruling against the provincial government. And subsequently, there was an appeal to the Supreme Court on whether the judgment must be enforced or not. However, we feel that there's quite a few constitutional matters that will need the clarity of the Constitutional Court, hence the matter is with them. We've got a team of administrators, and from where we're sitting, they have done their level best to stabilize the municipality, including to stabilize the finances to the extent that by the time they leave, any time from now, the municipality should be left with at least reserves of about between 1.3 and 1.5 billion, depending on when they will leave. So we are satisfied, though we think they could do even better. And then we've got a municipality that has written to us in terms of 135, and that is Rand West municipality, indicating that they are facing serious difficulties and they would want us to intervene. We have since invoked that intervention, working with Treasury. We have since had 2 meetings with them. We have we've established a technical committee that is looking at the financials of the municipality, and we will make a determination soon. We are also working with the municipality because it's one of the municipalities like Mirafo, which is affected by the because it's in the mining area, and there's a lot of mining houses that owes them a lot of money. So we are also working on that. And then I've raised the issue about the sustainability of districts. And lastly, the issue I would like to raise, Deputy Chair, it's the impact that COVID-19 has had on our municipalities. Collectively, they've lost, I think, in terms of the July figures, that was the last, collectively over in the period of 4 months, more than 8.9 billion as a result of COVID-19. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Anything that the MEC of Finance of Gauteng want to add? If not,
Nothing to add, Deputy Chair. I think MEC has presented the critical issues that as Gauteng wanted to raise to yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. We will now go over to the MEC for Western Cape, MEC Anton Bredel.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, MECs, HODs, SALGA, representatives from SALGA, the mayors, the councillors. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. I want to start off, Chairperson, by just mentioning the other day there was an article in the newspapers about, and the author of the article stated that, and that was the heading of the article, that clean audits, a new research proves that clean audits don't speak to service delivery. I fundamentally differ with that. I think that the basis of any service delivery starts with good and clean financial management. And I really think that, and that's why I'm also mentioning it, starting off with that, that we all need to promote clean audits. We all need to promote solid, good financial management. Saying that, I understand that there's some frustrations within the process, and I think we can debate that. But the problem with the article is that the author put clean audits as the only mechanism to service delivery. Clean audits is one of the pillars to get to service delivery. I just want to put that, because otherwise we debate and otherwise we demotivate and not get our municipalities to focus on good financial management. That's core to service delivery. Now, according to and I think you received my slides, so if they can put up the slides, I will appreciate it. I'm not going to fiddle from my side, but we did send in the presentation, so if they can put up the Western Cape's presentation, I will appreciate it. Honourable Chair, do you want me to continue while they putting up the presentation, or you want us to wait?
You may continue. Possibly you can start with your introduction. And then
okay. On the first slide, you will see that I start off by, according to Good Governance Africa, the Government Performance Index 2019, the Western Cape has 12 out of the top performing municipalities in South Africa. I think it's a good news story. Why I want to start that off with, and Mossel Bay, you will see, is the top performing municipality. Now, when we say that, we understand that there's still a lot to be done within the municipalities. But the positive news within this is there's municipalities who's getting it right. There's municipalities who do get it right to serve their population, to support their population. And it's important to understand and to learn from those municipalities in the country who's getting it right. If we go on to the next slide, a bird's eye view of the audit outcomes 2018-19 in the Western Cape. We can go on to the next slide. It's a snapshot of the audit reports. And Honourable Chairperson, obviously we need to focus on the red spot. It's one back, please. It's a bird's eye view of the audit results. The yellow and the green, it's where I will always say to our municipalities, if you've unqualified and you clean audit, then unsatisfied. Then you within the domain of good financial management. Just to the person who handling the slides, it's one back. But obviously, we need to focus as a province to get the 2 red municipalities also to a yellow or a green. And we're busy with that process to see how we can support. One thing I want to flag for the NCOP is that the problem I've got, and I've entered into a lot of debates with the Auditor General's office, is also that we as a province put in a huge effort to get the municipality to unqualified or clean audit status. We work with them, we get them there, and then something happens, either political or administrative instability, and they just fall back to a diverse or adverse opinion. I really think that we need to build and invest in systems that will prevent that from happening, so that when you get a municipality to a clean audit status, that you know that they're now there and they must now take it forward. Saying that, it's also important, if you look at the slide, that although we focus on the 2 red dots, the Laingsburg and Beaufort West area, we also need to keep oversight over the yellows and the greens all the time, because sometimes there's really just a very, very small difference between or somebody falling back. So it's an ongoing process, and it takes a lot of energy to work with our municipalities. If we move on to the next slide, the summary of the audit outcomes, the findings in the respective areas across the municipalities can be summarized as follows. Financial statements, qualifications, there's 6 areas. We've listened to others today, the asset management, other disclosure items, the revenue, expenditure, etc. Findings on predetermined objectives, 9. Report information not useful or not reliable, something that we work also with our municipalities. Then you get to the more where we focus on the findings of non-compliance. A lot of focus going in, because you can see there's 55, and they vary between material misstatements, unauthorized, irregular, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditures. The things that also, when it's in the newspaper, people perceive that as corruption, etc. So it's important that we do get it right. The transfers of grants, the strategic plans, of the performance management systems, etc. That is crucial. If we move on, you will see findings on a specific risk areas, 83. Supply chain, you will see within that brackets, obviously a big issue for, I think, all the provinces and all the municipalities to work very closely and keep a very close eye. I think it's high up on all the MSC's agenda, is to get our supply chain systems right up and running, and to get the right expertise within that. Financial health, and on financial health, and maybe I must just flag it here, because personally I'm very worried. I've explained it to my family. I said to them, I think a tsunami is on its way. It might be 1,000 kilometers away, but it's coming with a speed of 200 kilometers per hour to hit us. And I'm very worried about the financial health of our municipalities. Between myself and my HOD, Mr. Paulse, we will also now start to interact with the IDP process with the municipalities to see if we can bring them closer to the reality, because I really think the finances is under huge strain, and we need to keep a very close eye on that. HR and ICT management, and then unauthorized irregular expenditure. The unauthorized expenditure and irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditures, things that we work very closely on with our municipalities, and we understand that we need to get that right. The implementation plans to strengthen local government. If we look at that, the legislation framework, in terms of section 131.1 and 131.2, A and B of the MFMA, a municipality must address any issues raised by the Auditor General in an audit report. The mayor of a municipality must ensure compliance by the municipality with this subsection. And then the MEC of local government in the province must assess all annual financial statements of the municipalities in the province, the audit reports on such statements and any responses of municipalities to such audit reports, and determine whether the municipalities have adequate addressed any issues raised by the Auditor General in audit reports. So that must be an ongoing system and ongoing process with the municipalities, and we've got a very competent team working with our municipalities. It speaks to the systems that we've got in place, because I've picked it up. A couple of people have mentioned hands-on support. We've got this in the saying in the Western Cape that you cannot solve municipal problems by emails and by WhatsApps, etc. You need to give them hands-on support. The second bullet point, to report to the provincial legislator any omissions by the municipalities to adequately address those issues within 60 days. Then the response to the municipal audit action plans. The following, the issuing of the financial audit report by the Auditor General. Every municipality prepares an audit action plan. This plan is adopted by the audit committee, a very important committee within the municipalities, and it's something that we also built, and I think we can do more work on the audit committees within the municipalities. And the progress report submitted accordingly. And then the copies provided to the Department of Local Government and the Provincial Treasury. So it's another mechanism that we can use to see to it that we got clean municipal managers. I must just maybe park here and just mention to the NCOP that one thing that I'm also discussing with the Auditor General's office, and that's how to deal with management reports. This is the system before we get to where we are currently, but I pick up that the management report is becoming a problem, the wording within the reports, and I can see that some of our court cases starts emanating from the management report. So if a mayor don't like the MM, etc., and he gets his hands on the management report, they use the management report to lay criminal charges, etc. against. And I think that's not the spirit of it, and we need to get clarity how we're going to deal with management reports going forward. Then the second bullet point, each municipality is tailor-made to address the findings of the audit reports and on that given year. The plan is tailor-made for that municipality. The exact finding is highlighted, the root causes for each finding unpacked, and any recommendations by the Auditor General detailed where applicable. Furthermore, a responsible official is assigned to address the findings. So we work on the whole notion of who must do what by when. So within that, we put the team together to work with that specific municipalities to see how we can support them. On the municipal audit outcomes, the second slide to that, the Department of Local Government, the Provincial Treasury identifies specific matters, highlighted it in these plans, and where we then can support and give them hands-on support. Provincial support packages tailor-made to each municipality it's very important for us. The province uses an automated system to track the progress made by the municipalities and how they address the issues. Slow progress municipalities to address these matters are monitored by the province, and we address it directly with that municipality. We've got different forums, and we will call that CFOs in a district. You all know that we work through the joint district approach model, and we will say, listen, in this municipality, we've got X, Y, and Z problems. You're falling behind. Please step up. What can we do to support you, etc. So we keep the responsibility aligns with them, but we support them through the constitutional mechanisms. Quarterly reports submitted to the provincial executive to reflect progress per our municipalities. I've just now done that to our provincial executive. If we move then on, the provincial response through the examples of provincial treasury, you will find there very strong focuses on supply chain management according to Regulation 32, latching on contracts secured by other organs of state, the deviation from and rectification of minor breaches within the composition of the bid adjudication committee, etc. And that is where we support our municipalities and how we can then support them. If you then move on, I'm not going to go sentence by sentence through that, because in the local government space also, out of the audit findings, you will see strengthening leadership in our municipalities and oversight, and the provincial support rendered to that. And this is dedicated training and capacity building sessions for our councillors. We've designed 12 models through the University of Nelson Mandela Bay in a partnership, working very closely with our municipalities to train them, to let them understand their role within a better service delivery. The next one there, where you will see ethical training and sessions on roles and responsibility. One of my passions. I think that you can get legal help in, you can get technical help in, but ethical training is something that we need to focus and get right. If you've got ethical leaders, the rest will fall in place. I'm a firm believer of that. And then also coaching and monitoring programs. We've also got different programs of coaching and monitoring, train the trainer program kind of things that we make huge inroads in. And within this capacity, I want to thank SALGA in the Western Cape. We work very closely with SALGA in the Western Cape. Myself and the HOD met with them once a quarter, where we talk to all the sensitive and all the plans, how we can work together. But I also think that we can just flag it here that National is also doing training. I think something that we need to talk to is how can we align the national training, the provincial training, SALGA's training, so that we all contribute instead of doing it the same work over and over. So it's something that we will definitely take up with SALGA in the Western Cape. On HR matters, the organizational redesign, the performance management systems, oversight, appointment of senior staff, all sensitive issues that we need to talk to, the position paper to strengthen municipal leadership performance in the appointment of Section 57 managers. Now, within this category, I think the organizational design of municipalities is something which I've picked up, that when you get to a municipality and normally there's financial problems within the municipality, non-payment of ESCOM, etc., you will find that the municipality will have an organigram, approved organigram of 118 or 120 staff members, but additional to that organigram, they sit with another 120 staff. So they double their organigram. And we need to understand why is it that they don't pay ESCOM before we take steps and try to design a system and mechanisms, because we need to get that right. So the organigrams of our municipalities is crucial. I also think that one of the things that I'm looking very closely at is to get stability within municipalities. And again, the Article 56 and Article 57 managers, and I think that's a nice debate that we can have. Must they be 5-year contracts or must they be permanent? Isn't part of the problem that they've got a 5-year contract, and that leads to they're getting sucked into corruption agendas, etc. I think it's something that we need to debate, and maybe a nice debate for the NCOP. Then, Honourable Chairperson, the basic service delivery. And if I say basic service delivery, it speaks obviously to dignified life for people. And you can see what we're busy doing there, 3-year capital planning, creating funding opportunities for large-scale catalytic projects outside and also international funding, engineering the projects and managing the support to our municipalities. ICT support going forward, it's more and more important. ICT audit and action plans and cooperative governance and ICT policies are in place. If we then move on to the municipal progress as at 31st of May 2020, you will see there you can move on to the next slide. You will see there the monitoring of the total audit findings as at 31st of May. The red is 31st of May, and then the blue is March. The progress we've made, what issues we've been resolved, and then the total audit findings. So we can move on to the financial statements of our municipalities as at 31st of July. Again, a bird's eye view. And although personally, if I look at this, it's a good news story. But if you look at the right, you will see the Central Karoo. There's 2 pink or 2 red dots. Obviously, we need to focus that. It will also project to the first slide that we've shown you today. But obviously saying that, it doesn't mean we can just relax on the others. Most of them are within the unqualified and clean category. That's good financial management. I'm happy with that. We now need to get those others, other 3 municipalities also, or other 2 municipalities in that space, but while we're keeping the yellow and the green bars moving forward. And we work very closely with the Department of Finance in the province. The municipal performance as at 31st of July 2020, the total revenue collection for the period, 60 billion, 97%. The total expenditure, 58.5 billion or 89%. If we look at the creditors, something that I want to point out there, the 8% exceed 90 days. If you look at the cash position on the right-hand side, the capital expenditure is 33.4%. And if you look at the last block there, the debtors age analysis, and the one thing I want to point out there, households debt, 9 billion or 70%. I think it's something that we all need to keep a very close eye on, because our households is pulling and they feel the economy currently, the downswing in the economy, and it's something that we as provincial as well as our municipal colleagues need to discuss how we're going to manage it, because our households are struggling. The next slide is financial performance and the highlights. Most municipalities in the Western Cape are in a reasonable good financial position. Municipalities continue to have sufficient cash flow to fund their operational operations. The smaller and more rural municipalities continue to experience challenges in this regard. The question is why, and we need to look and to understand the why. And part of the problem was demarcation of those towns. If I can take you back to the constitutional requirements, was to create a bigger municipality in 2000, where you have an economic basis from which you can build. Some of those municipalities don't have that, so they will struggle, and we need to support them to see to it that all their citizens also get the constitutional services, or as the constitutional requirements. Then underspending of capital budgets, including grants. I think it's something that, again, we've got quite vigorous debates about in this province, because I don't think we can justify the underspending of any capital projects. But again, understand why they underspend, so that we can put the support there to help them. You know the phrase of red tape. Is it red tape or is it law? Must legislation change, or must we put extra capacity like engineering capacity, etc., in the municipalities to guide them and to support them to land their capital projects? The total outstanding consumer debt and the collection thereof continue to be a challenge year on year. And I think here we also need to understand our credit control policies within the municipalities. It's going to become very sensitive as we move forward. The credit control policy for myself stands on 2 legs. The leg of people who cannot pay, households who cannot pay, which needs to lead to an equitable share policy through which you provide free basic services to those households. But then there's another leg, people that just don't want to pay, and there we need to be strict and get them to pay, and our systems must allow the municipalities to force them to pay their dues to the municipalities. Limited number of municipalities are not paying creditors within the 30-day period. And credibility of financial information, MSCOA continue to present challenges relating to the quality of and credibility. And I think, yeah, again, when we bring in new systems is something that we need to do with the understanding of our municipalities. If I was now a mayor in a small municipality and I was confronted with service delivery issues, and if I must pay 10 million rand to just adhere to certain requirements, then I can tell you I will lean to service delivery, because people walk to this and go to the streets because they don't get services. So it's a big challenge. A small municipality like Cedarburg, it cost them over 11 million rand to adhere to new financial requirements. And in the current situation, I really think we need to look at the cost of our systems also. Then, Honourable Chairperson, operating revenue. If you look at your operating revenue, remember now on top there is 31st of July. It's the first month within. Just see it in the context. Districts at 19% of total operating revenue. The municipalities, local municipalities, 16.2%. Secondary cities, 8.9%. City of Cape Town, 10%. If you look at the next slide, the capital expenditure, you will see capital expenditure. We don't have the figure currently for City of Cape Town, but it's the first month within the new financial year. Secondary cities, 0.4%, district 0%, and then local municipalities spending 5.9%. If we then look at the debtors, year on year, total debtors decreased by 17%. The debtors over 90 days amount to 61% of the total outstanding debt. Households, the larger contribution of 78%. And again, I think it's something that we need to keep a very close eye on. If we then move to the next slide, the creditors, you will see that the creditors analysis, City of Cape Town, 9.32 million total creditors. The secondary cities, no creditors older than 30 days. The district municipalities, 3.5% older than 30 days, and local municipalities, 60.8% creditors older than 30 days. The impact of COVID on the financial viability of our municipalities during the COVID-19 lockdown, all municipal operations, with the exception of basic services, slowed down, and we need to acknowledge and thank our municipalities. I think they've put in a huge effort to keep the basic services going, and really, I think, a feather in the cap to all our mayors, speakers, deputy mayors, our councillors, etc. The second bullet point, the economy, were also negatively affected, and we all know that, we all realize that. And now it needs to start open again, but there's huge strain on this financial system, the impact on our municipalities, and it's a bit of a thumbs up, but I think it's 40 to 60% reduction in debt payment by the consumers. So it's something, again, we need to be very aware of and understand the strain the municipalities are currently under. The construction industry came to a halt, impacting the capital projects that already commenced within the municipalities. And I even see that one or two of them wants to take municipalities to the court to see if they can solve that. And we will need to talk to them, because I don't think court cases will help anybody now. Lockdown was forced onto everybody, and we had to do that to protect the lives within the municipalities. But now, or within our provinces, or ours in South Africa, and now we all need to work together to get the economy back on track. So support to improve financial performance viability. It's a hands-on support approach. You've listened to all, I think all the MECs has acknowledged that, the hands-on support to the municipalities, ongoing monitoring of financial governance, oversight, and service delivery performance is going to be crucial. And obviously with that link to supporting plans to support our municipalities, dedicate training to councillors and officials, the roles and responsibilities, impact training. We've listened to the importance of also impact training, and revenue management is going to be very important if we want to pull through. Long-term financial plans, the capital expenditure framework and bulk infrastructure master plans of all our municipalities place, project identification and preparation with the view to secure other sources of funding. Again, I think we will need to get more partners if we want to land all our projects and wish list. Post-COVID-19 financial research programs to ensure longer-term sustainability is very important. Honourable Chairperson, again to the NCOP, to the colleagues working with us, thank you very much thank you for the opportunity to address you. One of the items I can only flag, because these things also end up on the NCOP's desk, and that is that we do have a good relationship with the Hawks and the NPA, but it takes years to get to the bottom of corruption within municipalities. So as soon as you start to act, then we get into this mud bath, and we need to do something to build capacity within the Hawks and the NPA so that we can get results quicker, so that we can calm down, and so that we can prove to the residents that we are serious tackling corruption within our municipal domain. Furthermore, I think the successes in the Western Cape, mainly due to the fact that our structure, our forums all work, the DCFs, the PCFs, my forum with all the mayors, etc., where we share best practices with one another and work together to a common goal. And lastly, I want to thank my HOD, Graham Paulser, and all the HODs of all the provinces. They've started the HOD forum through which they can also share the best practices and work closely together. And I think it's a very important forum for us to build on. So from the Western Cape side, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bradell. We will now request the MEC from the Northern Cape to do his station MEC. Is MEC first not available? If Northern Cape is not available, then we continue and request North Cape MEC to continue with his presentation.
Can they unmute, Chair?
Who is it that should unmute? Noela. Okay. MEC, you may continue. Thank you. I think you have unmuted. And please put on your video.
Okay.
For the broadcasting, we need to see it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, esteemed guests and stakeholders, ministers and deputy ministers who are here, all the participants of this August interactive session. Honorable Deputy Chair, Section 152 of the Constitution stipulates that a municipality must strive within its financial and administrative capacity to achieve the mandate as set out in Section 152(1) above. Furthermore, the Section 153 of the Constitution also stipulates that a municipality must structure and manage its administration, budgeting, and planning process to give priority to the basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of the community. Honorable Deputy Chair, I must say that in the Northwest Province, we are having challenges. Our state of municipalities in the province are bedeviled by immense capacity challenges. These constitutional mandates remain our foundation to put necessary systems and control in place if we were to change the face of local government in our province. The Constitution, through Section 139, equally empowers the provincial sphere of government to intervene directly when Section 154 doesn't have an impact. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, in the province, we have recently decided to invoke Section 1391B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in our attempt to improve service delivery, financial management, and develop capacity in 4 municipalities. Those municipalities are Deputy Chair JB Marks, Ramotsere Muilwa, Madibeng, and Tsoain local municipality. Our decision to intervene was triggered by a number of stubborn service delivery and governance problems. I will go through the challenges that were in this municipality, Chair. It was service delivery and backlog challenges. For an example, housing, water and sanitation, poor communication and accountability relationships with communities, problems with the provincial administrative interface, corruption and fraud, poor financial management. For an example, we have the negative audit outcomes or audit opinions from the AG, number of violent service delivery protests, and then we have weak civil society formations and insufficient municipal capacity due to lack of scarce skills, just to name the key ones. When I go to these municipalities, Honorable Deputy Chair, is that in Madibeng, there is a collapse of service delivery characterized by no sufficient bulk water in the municipality currently, interrupted supply of water due to lack of maintenance and non-payment of water services. The other thing that I would like to highlight, Chair, is that under governance, these are some of the things that I'm going to highlight, but the Deputy Chairperson will be furnished with the whole presentation. Governance and administration instability. It was characterized by a position of director infrastructure vacant for over a period of 6 months. Council not sitting regularly as scheduled. The municipality has been receiving disclaimer audit opinions for the past 4 consecutive financial years. The municipality was identified as one expenditure in the country during the 2016-17 financial year. There is generally non-implementation of legislative frameworks to address the UIF and W expenditure, which leads to an annual increase. The UIF and W expenditure increased to 3.4 billion for the 2018-19 financial year from 3 billion in the 2017-18 financial year. The AG has also raised a finding on illegal debt orders in the municipality's primary bank account, which have not been dealt with for more than 2 years. So the municipality also, Honorable Deputy Chair, is in a dire financial distress. It is currently implementing a budget which is not funded. The municipality has insufficient cash to cover its operations. The municipality is in a severe financial crisis of 1.3 billion deficit. Going concern of financial sustainability of the municipality is seriously threatened as the budget of the municipality is severely unfunded and unsustainable over the MTREF. Total outstanding debtors as at June 2020 amounted to 2.6 billion, of which 2.3 billion is owed for over a year. Collection of some of these outstanding debtors is of a concern, especially household debt. Household contributes most of the outstanding debt at 1.9 billion, followed by commercial at 554 million, government at 178 million. Total outstanding creditors as at end June 2020 amounted to 598 million, and total debt owed to ESCOM as at July 2020 amount to 172 million. So these are the challenges that we are faced in the municipality. The other municipality that I would like to talk about is Ramotsere Muilwa. Ramotsere Muilwa, there's collapse of service delivery, Chair, no sufficient bulk water in the municipality currently, interrupted supply of water due to lack of maintenance. There is generally poor maintenance and operations of infrastructure, poor management of conditional grants, in particular municipal infrastructure grant. They spend 50%. Government, in terms of the administration, there's a problem here, Chair, in this municipality. They removed the current mayor and appointed another mayor, suspension of the municipal manager, and they have put in the junior official to be the acting municipal manager in this municipality. And provincial treasury at that time decided to withhold their equitable share because they were worried that how can a junior official be the acting MM? And also they have also suspended the CFO and also put the junior official to be the acting CFO. Those are the challenges in this municipality. Poor political oversight function, irregular expenditure of this municipality increased from 1.3 billion, 32 billion, 2016-2017 financial year to 1.38 billion in 2017-18 financial year. Section 32 of the MFMA process to rectify such are not implemented. MPEC is not functional because lack of commitment by members. They are not attending MPEC meetings. They struggle to form a quorum, and MPEC recommendations, even if they are able to come and meet after struggling to get the quorum, the MPEC recommendations are not even adopted in councils, which renders it as ineffective. Management does not respond to requests of information from the committee. The committee had 3 support staff, including a manager, who has been placed under suspension. MPEC is reportedly not informed of the progress pertaining to the cases that are there in the municipality. The municipality received disclaimer audit opinion for 2 consecutive years, from 2018-17 to 2018-19. And there is no evidence that the municipality is implementing audit remedial plans and recommendation of the internal audit unit, as well as the MFMA section 166 audit committee. Legislative frameworks to address the UIF and W expenditure are not implemented, which leads to an annual increase in the UIF and W expenditure. The municipality's collection rate dropped from 78% to 34% in April. Revenue from traffic fines and licenses has not been collected. The MIG has been reprioritized to undertake water and sanitation projects, which were never budgeted for. The municipality has to change the MIG implementation plan to push back the projects that were there before. So these are the challenges that we have in this municipality. Now we have municipality of Tswai. There is collapse of service delivery in this municipality. Refuse removal and cleaning town and townships are not done. And there is no dedicated schedule that shows that the municipality wants to assist or to do its work. Municipality is unable to maintain its service delivery fleet. There is generally poor maintenance and operations of infrastructure. Under governance, MPEC was not functional and has been resuscitated to this end. The committee has managed to sit and completed oversight reports for the past 10 financial years, 2008 and 9 to 2017, 17-18. The biggest challenge here is that MPEC, to function effectively, there is a lack of complete staff complement. The municipality does not have audit committee. Financial disciplinary board is still yet to be established. Most of the ward committees are dysfunctional and no effective interaction with communities that are done. And the municipality has approved in 2020-2021 MTREF budget, which is unfunded. The municipality is currently facing a severe financial crisis. Total outstanding debtors as at June 2020 amounted to 247 million, of which 255 million is owed for over a year. Collection of some of these outstanding debts is of a concern, especially household debts. Household constitutes most of the outstanding debt at 219 million, followed by commercials at 24 million, and government at 3.6 million. Total outstanding creditors at end of June 2020 amounted to 165 million, of which 137 million is outstanding for more than a year. Total debt owed to ESCOM is at July 2020 amount to 75 million and 64 million is overdue. Municipalities' repayment plan to ESCOM was valid until end of April, and there will be disruptions in that municipality. The municipality owes third-party transactions such as pension funds and to a tune of 24 million and 20 million respectively. So these are the challenges that we are having in this municipality. When I go to the last one, Honorable Deputy Chair, is JB Max, where the challenges are refuse removal and cleaning of the township. That is not done. No sufficient bulk water in the municipality currently. There's generally poor maintenance and operations of infrastructure and contamination of streams and water courses. There is another challenge that is facing this municipality is that attendance of some members to the meetings. NCOP recommendations are not also adopted in council, which renders MPEG effective. Although the municipality has improved its audit outcome for 2017-18 financial year from disclaimer to qualified audit opinion, it remained stagnant with a qualified audit opinion for 2018-19 financial year. The municipality was identified as one of the top contributors to high UIF and W expenditure in the country during the 2017-18 financial year, with UIF and W expenditure of 3 billion for the 2018-19 financial year and 2.8 billion for the previous financial year. Legislative framework to address the UIF expenditure are not implemented, which leads to an annual increase in the UIF and W expenditure. Legislative framework to address the UIF expenditure are not implemented, which leads to this increase, Honorable Chair. The municipality has not completed with the provision of the legislation with regard to the approval of the the budget. So there's inconsistencies reporting on the expenditure incurred for procurement of COVID-19 personal protective equipment. These are some of the things that the municipality is having as a problem. But to this far, is the only municipality that has been able to pay ESCOM. It doesn't owe ESCOM anything. Their account is up to date. But they have a total outstanding creditors as at end June 2020 amounted to 31 million, and 138 million is owed to ESCOM, which it means they have paid ESCOM. So it means that this municipality needs to be also assisted. In order to deal with these things, Chair, that we have identified in these municipalities, which we have put under administration, we have tightened the terms of reference for the administrative teams to ensure that clear targets and frequent monitoring and evaluation of the work of the section of the administration is linked to IDP targets, to also improve public participation in order to instill spirit of pay as you use within consumers of municipal services, to improve revenue collection, to improve stakeholders' relation between Section 139 administration, municipal administration, councils, intervention. Because when you look at the interventions, people tend to think that it is a punitive measure, only to find that we are not penalizing the municipalities. We just want to assist the municipalities. On financial management of these teams, we plan to create a stable financial management and capacity through the tightening of financial management process in order to ensure efficiency, accountability, and to improve audit outcomes as reflected in the Auditor General's report. We have ensured that the capacity of deployed administrative teams is aligned to the weaknesses experienced in municipalities under Section 1391B, and make sure that we strengthen consequence management and get rid of corruption through tight financial management and forensic investigation. These terms of reference for all deployed administrator teams encapsulated in our extensive practical plans to deal with the improvement of service delivery, financial management, and development of capacity in the municipalities where these municipalities are under Section 1391B. Chair, in closing, we are, as local government or as the department, we are going to continue to capacitate all our municipalities in order to avoid to put them under administration. Because the challenges we are currently facing as a provincial government is our quest and attempt to deal with challenges faced by the local government in our province. We have this as a challenge in the province, the high level of mistrust fermented by political and governance instabilities, open resistance, which manifests itself through violence and litigation. For instance, we have a municipality that is resisting Section 1391B, which has gone to court, which is Swai Municipality, which as a department, we are going to deal with that matter. So, Chair, in closing, it is really unfortunate that measures to intervene are facing a fight back and resistance from those who are supposed to be having interests of communities at heart. Let me thank you, Deputy Chair, and the NCOP for allowing me to present our report as Northwest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member.
We are requesting that MEC first you try again. I hope this time around you won't have a challenge to get in. No, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Chair. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Minister, Deputy Ministers, our MECs, the leadership of SALGA, executive mayors and and councillors of our municipalities. Honorable Chair, our apology, but I think we are online now. Our presentation will basically cover the two municipalities who are currently under 1391C, Honorable Chair. And as the Northern Cape, we have plans to improve service delivery and financial management and to develop capacity in the local sphere of of government, and especially in these two municipalities, which is Pokwani local municipality, as well as the municipality of the Renosterburg municipality. We intervened in Pokwani municipality on the 19th of May 2020, and in Renosterburg municipality on the 7th of September 2020. The basis for our intervention is the governance, administrative, and financial challenges, which resulted in the municipal council failing to fulfill its executive and financial obligations and to meet its financial commitments. It therefore entails assumption by the Provincial Executive Council of the following functions in terms of Pokwani. One is to the recruitment of senior managers and organization of administration in terms of Section 51 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 and regulation, provision of water in the municipal area in terms of water, of the Water Act, also and diligent financial accountability in compliance of the financial affairs in terms of the MFMA 56 of 2003. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, in terms of capacity building, we are saying that the appointment of a municipal manager or secondment for the balance term of office, appointment or secondment of senior managers accountable to the municipal manager, where we are saying it so that we can delay the processes of litigation of former senior managers. Also, the appointment of this level of officials will enable the implementation of the service delivery budget implementation plan. In terms of institutional capacity, the institutional challenges the experience is one, and I'll focus first on the organizational structure. It's there's no functional organogram and staff establishment in this municipality. We are saying that we should, in terms of the improvement plan, restructure the organogram and the staff establishment so that it's fit for purpose. The realignment of structure to service delivery imperatives, inadequate task outcomes, lack of institutional management systems, the high vacancy rate, and no job description, dysfunctional and human resources management, and irregular acting appointments, irregular benchmarking of task levels, and labor relations disputes that we have. So we're also saying that in terms of the improvement plan, that we should look at redesigning of job descriptions on the organogram and the filling of critical vacant positions, so that we also try and appoint the managers in terms of water and sanitation. And we should resolve it through bargaining council. Then in terms of service delivery plan, we've identified basic services, it's water, sanitation, electricity, road, stormwater, waste management, and also then we have the different funding in terms of your MIG funding, your WSIG, and the INEP. First of all, what we're saying in terms of the challenges facing water challenges is the lack of water and sanitation master plan. We have aging infrastructure and it's close to collapse. Lack of infrastructure layout in terms of your bulk plants, and the lack of competent and qualified staff like your plumbers, civil engineers, and water quality controllers. In terms of the cost for that, we are saying in terms of water, it's will be close to 308 million. And then if we move to sanitation, we are saying the lack of water and sanitation master plan, also the aging infrastructure, lack of infrastructure layout, and the lack of competent and qualified staff like your plumbers, civil engineers, and water quality controllers. And that is amount to close to 80 million. Electricity, the challenges that we experience in this municipality is also the lack of electrification master plan, energy saving and demand management, electricity network maintenance plan, and lack of engineers. If we look in terms of cost improvement, it's close to 65 million rand. And then roads and stormwater, lack of roads and stormwater. Maintenance plan is also a challenge for us, and the lack of civil engineers. In terms of costing, it's 75 million. Chairperson, then if we look in terms of waste management, there's a lack of integrated waste management plan, and also waste management operation plan. And then we have a lack of waste management specialist, and that will be 45 million. If we then move to slide 10, it also deals with the MIG funding. We are saying that we have to look into the issue of HIMARS lighting for Pampierstad and Ganspan, upgrade existing asbestos reticulation network in Pampierstad, because we're still sitting with the old infrastructure in terms of the water line and sitting with asbestos pipes. And then also the new pump station and related bulk server. And then we're also saying the outfall lines in Masakeng. And in terms of the water service infrastructure grant, we are looking at 21 million. We are saying it's an upgrade of wastewater pump station and the bulk outfall lines in Pampierstad. And we are looking at close to 18 million, the feasibility study for Jan Kemp. And also in terms of the INEP funding, we're looking at 6 million for electrification for Nkandla phase 2. Then if we move to slide 11, it also covers the issue of the plans that the municipality is having to speed up service delivery, because they are saying that they are sitting with the challenge in terms of tools of trade. That's why the municipality planned to buy the following stuff like Johannes Sacker, 3 of them, refuse truck, 2 of them, tipper trucks, a TLB, 3 of them, 6 bakkies, cherry picker, a loaded truck, refuse skips, a bossy slanger, 3 of them, and bulk water metering, WTW for the water treatment, and then for remedial works in Jan Kemp, our water service feasibility study, building and upgrade the OHSA, occupation and health, and then in terms of our financial systems and high velocity sewer cleaner, 3 of them. So I think that will really assist the municipality in terms of service delivery to enable them to provide better services to our community. And then our financial management improvement, challenges that we experienced is that tariffs is not cost reflective, leading to difficulties in achieving a fully funded budget. What we're saying in terms of the improvement plan is that we should look at tariff restructuring program, also the low revenue collection rate. In terms of the improvement plan, that we look at credit control and debt collection program. Poor document management is one of the challenges also that we have, and we say that document management training for financial staff. Your internal service audit that we have is, we say that in terms of the improvement plan, look at risk-based internal audit program and audit action plan. And one of the other challenges also in terms of no internal capacity for preparation of the FAR and AFS, that in terms of the improvement plan, we should look at staff training for these different programs. And then following the rest of the challenges on slide 13, it's the weakness in reporting and NCOP compliance. Improvement plan, we are saying NCOP compliant financial management system, and we should look at training. Our water revenue management, the improvement plan that we ESCOM and the water board stamp repayment agreements, and we should also look at meter audits, financial management capacity building, that we look at the performance management development program, and also that we look at our unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, that the municipal disciplinary board should be appointed, as well as the municipal council committees structures. And then we are moving to slide 14. It's Renosterburg municipality, and the basis for our. I think there's an interruption there. Then in terms of Renosterburg municipality, Honorable Chair, our basis for intervention is also in terms of the governance, administrative, and financial challenges, which resulted in the municipal council failing to fulfill executive and financial obligations. It is therefore entails assumption by the provincial executive of the following functions. One is that we look at the recruitment of senior managers and organization of administration in terms of Section 51 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 and the regulations, the provision of electricity in Van der Kloof and Kierkieskloof in terms of electricity regulation Act 4 of 2000, and a diligent financial accountability and compliance of the financial affairs in terms of the MFMA 56 of 2003. That we also should look at the appointment of a MISA engineer to assist with the technical monitoring and management of the infrastructure challenges. The one is the upgrading for the electrical network, the review of the electricity tariffs, and we have to conduct asset verification, movable and immovable, conduct an overall assessment of the basic service delivery components in terms of water sanitation, electricity, roads and storm water, and waste management. One of the members of the community raised a concern with us to say that he is using his own vehicle for refuge removal, which gives you an idea that there's serious challenges in terms of the municipality. But also we should implement and adopt discretionary financial recovery plan because it's important that the municipality's finances need to be corrected. Also, the acceptance and the support provided by National Treasury appointed expert on financial improvement program to provide a necessary financial support to the municipality and to make necessary arrangement to meet financial obligations. The CFO should focus on that. But also, it's critical for us to look at the issue of the third-party payments, because currently they are not paying third-party, like a pension fund, UIF, medical aid, and the Auditor General. And that we appoint a Municipal Public Accounts Committee at the first council meeting after the elections. That we also look at the appointment or secondment of senior managers accountable to the municipal manager, namely the Chief Financial Officer, Director Corporate Services, and Technical Services. And the appointment of this level of officials will enable the implementation of the SDBIP. And that we review the organizational structure, that we have a structure who are fit for purpose, and conduct headcount and verification of qualifications of officials. Our recommendation on slide 18, Honorable Chair, is that we recommend that the National Treasury ring-fence a budget for allocation of provincial COCTA to implement the Section 139 interventions. You will agree with me, Honorable Deputy Chair, that we are sitting with challenges in terms of budget constraints as departments, and we don't have a budget currently for 139 intervention. And then also the allocation will ensure that there is impact and service delivery identified challenges once the intervention has been terminated. And then lastly, Honorable Deputy Chair, is that I think all of the provinces experience the very same challenges in terms of ESCOM and the water boards. Let me take this opportunity, Honorable Chair, to thank yourself and the members of the committee as well as the colleagues for allowing us to present to the NCOP. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fas. We will now give the last province, that will be KwaZulu-Natal. I've not been informed that you are here, Honorable MEC, and I'm sorry, I just got the message some time ago. So, Honorable MEC Hlomuka, we will give to you. You will be the last one to present. After that, we will take 30 minutes for a lunch break, and then the chairperson of the NCOP will chair after the 30 minutes, and you will then likewise proceed over the proceedings, recite over the proceedings. Honorable MEC Hlomuka, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. At last, Chair, I've been patiently waiting because on the...
Thanks for your patience.
Yes. I think, Chair, let's extend our greetings to yourself, Deputy Chair of the NCOP, ministers, President and Deputy Ministers, MECs from different provinces, honorable members, present, DGs, or any other officials present, Chair. We want to observe the protocol, Chairperson. It is indeed, Chair, a great privilege to be invited to participate in today's visual session as part of the NCOP's Local Government Week. And this year's NCOP visit to KZN is visual, in line with what has become a new normal because of the COVID-19 Chairperson. But we appreciate the active interest in the work of KZN culture, nevertheless, particularly during these trying times, as we begin to emerge from the peak of COVID-19 epidemic, Chair. Last week also, in the visual session, we updated members of the National Line Function Portfolio Committee, COCTA, about the state of the Section 139 intervention municipalities in KZN. However, we're only dealing with one, which is Msunduzi, and we are going to present all the municipalities that under Section 139 1B. We, Chair, if I can give you the overview, I will, Chair, just stick to the topic because we are requested to report on all Section 139 1B municipalities on different categories as defined in the topic, Chair. Maybe let me premise by saying, as KZN a province, we have 54 municipalities in total across the province. However, in the 54 municipalities that are under province, we currently have 9 municipalities in KZN that under Section 139 1B as an intervention as defined in the Constitution. However, before you put a municipality under Section 139 1B, we use the Constitution Section 154 to support the municipalities as defined that provincial and national government need to support the local government, and we are doing so. Even to these 9 municipalities that are under Section 139 1B, we are still continuing to provide support and guide, but we have appointed administrators, and those municipalities, Chair, is Umsunduzi, local municipality, Ntobatoba, Abaqolosi, Umzinyathi district, municipality, Uthugela district, Inkosi Langalbalele, Mpofana, Richmond municipality, and we've currently last week, Chair, put Emadlangeni local municipality under section 139, and we've written letter to your office as guided by the constitution and regulations that we must report to NCOP within 14 days, and we've done so, and also written a letter to a national minister and other, and for COCTA and as well as treasurer. As I've already Chair indicated, these municipalities were taken to section 139 in different dates or duration. However, in last month, we presented a detailed report to a provincial executive council to update executive council on the status of each and every municipality that under section 139 1B, and the provincial executive council decided or resolved to extend the duration of some of the municipalities that under section 139B, and also add some functions that the province believe it must be given to administrators on the basis of the challenges that we have presented, because when you put an administrator, there are functions that you don't give an administrator. Until you identify those challenges, you then need to go back to Executive Council to extend the terms of reference because of the challenges. And due to some insufficient progress addressing those challenges, like the good governance, financial management, and service delivery related challenges, we had to ensure that we extend terms of reference and we monitor very close, and we change some of administrators, Chair. I can assure the NCOP that suitable qualified administrators or ministerial representative has been appointed in all the 9 intervention municipalities, and they have all signed their performance agreement, which is aligned to the terms of reference, as already alluded to the terms of reference. And the administrators provide monthly report to Department of COCTA, and based on their performance indicators and also performance agreement, which are monitored by relevant business units in the KZN COCTA. The experts in the field of municipal finance and technical support have also been deployed in the department to provide hands-on support to those municipalities. All our administrators have been given strict instruction to ensure that these municipalities are turned and turned around by 2021 March at 31st. Although there are some challenges in other municipalities, I will go in details, Chair, to those municipalities as in the later stage. We've been, Chair, directed by the KZN Prima to undertake a skills audit in all municipalities, including those under Section 139. Chair, you will recall in last year, when in around June, we did an assessment in all 54 municipalities, and we received the report of each and every municipality. And from that report, we then developed a support plan and a recovery plan, including those municipalities that are under Section 131, with the purpose of supporting the municipalities as defined in the Constitution, Section 154. I think it's important, Chair, to raise that point because also the skills audit will also going to assist us to know who are these employees that are working in the municipalities. Are they qualified? They were employed in the correct position? If not, why? And then we'll come with a solution and also to support the municipalities to appoint a relevant, qualified, skilled candidate in any vacant that a municipality have. In order, Chair, to enhance the municipal capacity, we have also developed a toolkit containing topics such as municipal finance, municipal administration and governance, IGR and capacity building, as well as ready-made materials such as template of municipal bylaws. In addition, we have also arranged a visual workshop to capacitate municipalities, especially on the intervention municipalities, on this, how to use this toolkit and implement it. Because we don't want to see any municipality to be under Section 139 1B, and we want all municipalities to be supported as using Section 154. But we can't rush to take those municipalities under Section 139 1B on the basis of duration. Because what is important to us is to ensure that when we take out the municipality under Section 139B, that municipality will be able to render quality services to our people. They will be able to manage the finances of the municipality. They will always also ensure that there's a good governance in those municipalities. In all our intervention municipalities now have service delivery war rooms, which meet regularly in the presence of their MEC district champion, because each and every district in KZN, we have MEC champions, MEC district champions, and also HOD district champions. And we have 10 district plus the metro. And in addition to that, we have an audit war room have been established to drive the financial management and audit matters that have been raised by the Auditor General. And all our distress and intervention municipalities are now also being supported with the targeted intervention championed by the local government specialists. Each and every district chairperson, we have attached a local government specialist. We have employed a specialist in local government, and they are supporting municipalities on the daily basis. Hence, we also requested them to, we have allocated them to look to all those municipalities that under Section 139. And in terms of infrastructure support and assessment report, is currently being undertaken by KZN Cont to identify dysfunctional infrastructure and in operation and maintenance program of existing infrastructure at the municipalities. And this report, when it complete, Chair, will inform about the remedy action plans and scope and the cost of action and to all those affected municipalities. We must, Chair, appreciate the role played by MISA from National, who from time to time, we have meetings with them. They support us. They support number of municipalities within the province. And what I like about what they do, they don't compete with the provincial government, but they continue supporting municipalities. I must say, Chair, at the moment, only 2 municipalities that meet the treasurer norm of budgeting 8% of the operational and maintenance budget provision to our assessment report will assist all municipalities to address this matter that we have across the province. You find that in infrastructure is aging and there is no maintenance plan. And in terms of the treasurer, regulations, municipalities, they must at least budget 8% of their budget. It's only 2 municipalities that have complied to allot or budget for maintenance, 8% for maintenance of infrastructure. But we are going to ensure that even other municipalities, they comply with that. For the purpose of post-COVID-19 recovery, the provincial Command Council has directed all clusters to prepare a lockdown recovery plan and mitigation plans that are guided by the national and provincial imperatives. These plans will ensure that the impact of COVID-19 service delivery policy oversight and implementation of government programs is mitigated in a short and a medium and a long-term term. On the financial management support in those municipalities that are under Section 139, in order to improve the audit opinion for 2019-2020 financial year, each of the 9 intervention municipalities must focus on the audit report matters as presented by Auditor General and ensure that the proper working papers are combined. Hence, Chair, we have appointed service providers to assist all the municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal, but also focus to the municipalities that are under Section 139 1B. The review must be done in parts as each section is completed without waiting a completion of the draft annual financial statement. And we will be assisting with various components of the annual financial statement plan. We are also determined, Honorable Chairperson, to ensure that all government debt accounts must be reconciled and submitted for payment. We have established through the Executive Council of KwaZulu-Natal, we have established a team that is led by Cont and Treasurer. All departments, they are part of it, where municipalities and SALGA, they are part, where we present all provincial and national government that are owing municipalities. And we have a plan how we're going to deal with the outstanding or debts that are owned by the provincial and national government. And where there is a dispute in terms of the billing system, we take those ones aside, then we focus on where there's no dispute, and we request a provincial and national government to pay those municipalities so that municipalities they will able to fund their project. I think I have all municipalities will need to accelerate their investigation related to the UIFW, which is unauthorized, irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure, Chairperson, and table those in their respective council for actioning of all recommendations. And we know in terms of the procedure that you follow if there is an irregular, wasteful expenditure, that the council must appoint a committee. Normally, the committee is the MPEC that need to investigate all the irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure so that it will determine if there is a need for those who are culprit to pay back the money that is fall under irregular or wasteful expenditure, Chairperson. And to achieve this, Chair, all municipal council will be required to take a sound financial decision based on their service delivery objective as contained in their IDP, aligned to budget and other processes. Chair, let me just go straight to give you to highlight the challenges per each municipality. If I can start, Chair, with Umzinyati. Umzinyati, Chair, they have challenges in terms of rendering services to our people. They don't spend their grant as they are required. Hence, they are still under Section 139, and they have poor cash flow. They have some SCM challenges and poor audit outcome. There are a number of challenges, hence they are still under Section 139. However, at Umzinyati, last week, we appointed a new administrator, Mr. Mavondla, who was a HOD in the provincial government. His contract ended 2 months ago, and we thought it's important that we take all the seasoned senior management that are not currently utilized, and we take them to assist in municipalities, because this former HOD, Mr. Mavondla, have been in the senior managerial position in the provincial government, work in different departments, including Office of the Premier and Community Safety, and have been a champion in one of the district coordinating technical element in district, especially at Herigwala. And at Empofana Chair is one of the municipalities that it really failed to spend their infrastructure grant, and they are owing ESCOM, hence COGTA in the province, working with KZN Treasurer. We've tried to engage ESCOM to not cut the electricity, because we felt if ESCOM will cut electricity, the people of Moimpofana, which is Moi River, will suffer, even the business people. And we established a plan how we're going to pay ESCOM at Moimpofana, and they also have a poor cash flow. Mpofana is one of the municipalities that have been having acting general manager for the past 2 years. Hence, in the past 3 months, they have already appointed now the municipal manager, and in the process of appointing the CFO. Remember, one of the CFO that was acting there was found, AG opened a case that she tried to bribe Auditor General, and then we had to enforce the municipality to suspend that as CFO. Then the other one is Nkosilang Albalele, which also have challenges of spending their infrastructure, and also poor cash flow and SM challenges, and their audit outcome is really not good. And we also appointed administrator to assist them. And Etu Tugela is also having challenges. Tugela is one of the municipalities with Elang Albalele, who had unfunded budget. Hence, they have challenges of poor cash flow, SCM challenges, also the audit outcome, and they are not spending their budget. We then appointed the new administrator, a former HOD, Mr. Makagola, who have been an HOD, KZN Treasurer for the past 10 years, and have been in government in senior managerial. We think he will going to assist Utugela district, because one of the main challenge of Utugela is the management of their finances. Hence, they have unfunded a budget. Chair. Richmond Chair also under Section 139 1B, and there is a forensic investigation that we instituted using Section 106. However, Richmond is one of the municipalities that we think maybe in 3 months or 4 months from now, we might take out the administrator on the basis of the work that have done by the administrator that was appointed, and also the councillors and senior management that is there have cooperated with us, because if councillors and senior management, they don't cooperate with the administrator, that's why it takes time for other municipalities to not take them out of the Section 139 1B. I think, Chair, I have spoken about Umsundozi. The last one, Chair, is Emadlangeni. As I already indicated that Emadlangeni, we took it to Section 139 last week after the Executive Council directed so and resolved so, because they are not meeting, councillors are not meeting. There is instability in the senior management. There was a municipal manager that was suspended, I think 7 months ago. And because councillors are fighting now, they have requested that municipal manager to come back. They suspended now the acting MM. When I personally called a meeting with all councillors and separate a meeting with senior management, they agreed in the meeting on record that they have challenges, and they've raised a number of allegations that there is a maladministration, there are elements of fraud and corruption. Hence, the department were instituting Section 106 to investigate all the issues that they have raised, but also we're going to second an acting MM to assist the senior management to have a stability while we're dealing with other challenges that are raised by the councillors and the people at large. I think, Chair, if maybe one can stop there, it's important, Chair, to emphasize that we really want to. We really don't want to see any municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, all the 54 municipalities, to be out of the Section 139 1B, but we continue to support them using Section 154. But we, as I've already indicated, that we can't just take them out unless there is a progress and the councillors and senior management, they are willing to cooperate with the provincial government. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC Hlomoka. Dealt with the presentations by the provinces. We will now give a break, and we request that members be back at 14:40. That is 20 to 3. You can be back then, and in that time, the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP will take over the presiding of the session, and then we will have an engagement, and we will also, after the engagement of the members, we will also request that the chairperson give an opportunity to the Ministry of COPTA, minister or deputy ministers, anyone that also want to make some input with regards to the specific issues. So, honorable members, you are excused for the next almost 40 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair.